What's up, everybody? It's me, Johnny G, and welcome back. This is going to be the second and hopefully the final part to our playthrough of the Where Vernal Winds Will Never Blow rerun event in Arknights. So as you guys remember from the last time, if you watched the last episode, basically we completed the initial tutorial stage, the initial story bit, and then parts 1 through 4. So we're kind of at like a halfway point, just a little bit under, because the next bit that we have is a story. It is the story ST-2 part of the scenario. And then we have 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 for the stages, and then the epilogue. So we're going to try and finish that up all in this one part. So these 2 episodes, and I said it in the last one, these 2 episodes are mega episodes. They're huge. They're big. We're going to have a lot of content in them, and it's mostly because of the way I had to record this as far as timing and things like that. Now, one thing that was interesting is this morning, I'm recording this on the last day that this is available on the global server, so I've got like 12 hours-ish to finish up, basically, from like 12 and a half hours from when I'm recording now. And earlier this morning, we had the global live stream of the 4.5 anniversary event. And basically, they announced the Shu banner and the event that's coming for that, introducing Shu as the next Sui sibling. And there's so much cool stuff that they talked about and announced. There's going to be all kinds of free stuff being given away. There already was a giveaway that they sent to the mailboxes. I collected that already, and I kind of used it because of the fact that one of the items inside the pack, there was 1,200 random. There was 2 headhunting certificates for the Colonel banner, and then there was a whole bunch of like materials and stuff like that. But one of the materials was the nuclear crystal centers, or nucleic crystal centers, something like that they're called. But I needed that to upgrade Degenbreaker to Elite 2, and the only other way that you can get that without giveaways or events is you have to pass, like, I think it's a stage in Chapter 11 to be able to unlock the ability to make those in the workshop. And I think it's because you get it in the one stage. So obviously I'm so far away from that. I'm still in Chapter 4 when it comes to my playthrough of the main story on this account. And that being said, it's going to take a while to get all the way up there. So getting that now was amazing. So now I officially have her as Elite 2. I haven't done anything else to her yet. I don't have everything that I need to be able to start specializing her. And, you know, as far as that goes, there's other stuff that I need really to continue building her. So that's going to take some time. Now, I did farm a little bit, and I got a little bit of, like, the battle records and things like that. And I upgraded my Fiala a bit. And I also worked on upgrading Ray, so I had her available as an additional sniper to try and utilize her. And we'll see, you know, how things work there. Maybe she'll be able to help here. But I've only got her to Elite 1 and bumped her up a little bit. So we'll see how that goes. But for now, let's go ahead and get started. We'll dive in. We'll do this first initial story bit. And then from there, we will continue onward. Let's get this started. All right, guys, so here we are. Let's go ahead and get started on the first thing with story. Now, actually, like I said at the beginning, my little intro there, I did say that they had the 4.5 anniversary live stream earlier this morning. And actually, from that, I learned one name that I'm definitely mispronouncing wrong in this. One thing I'm mispronouncing. And again, as always, guys, if I'm mispronouncing something, direct me, tell me, teach me, because I want to learn and I want to know how to pronounce these things correctly. And according to at least the official English translation, the official English dialogue between Nian and Amiya talking during this event, they were talking about how in the upcoming Shu banner, the one character that's in here, that's in this event, the Sui regulator, is going to be an official operator here. And I've been pronouncing his name Zhuo, where according to them, it's Zhuola. So I've mispronounced that, and I'm going to correct it and continue onward with that official pronunciation. Now again, Zhuola, you know, that is something that's not my usual. I'm not used to pronouncing things that way. I'm not used to that language. So that is new to me, and that's of course why I had that disconnect on why I didn't get it correct. So I will pronounce it that way from now on. But again, if there's anything else that I mispronounce, obviously this is the last episode of this, but for the sake of these characters and knowing them in the future and when they pop up again in the future, please let me know in the comments whatever I'm mispronouncing, what I could do better at, or even if you have any kind of a recommended place or something that I could go and enter a name or enter a word or something in and listen to the pronunciation. I know there's some things out there and some resources that I've checked into before, but there's times where some of those have like 2 or 3 different ways to pronounce something and it gets confusing. And even Google Translate, we know Google Translate is unreliable in a lot of cases. So please let me know whatever resources are out there that you guys trust, and I can learn and do a little bit better in the future. So for now, let's go to WBST2. This is this next story bit, and then we'll start the final 5 stages. I was born by the river. Dad told me that the river links the entire world. Build a good boat, and you can go anywhere. Dad hated the snow. People can't go out when it snows, so business stops, and the whole family starves. That's how I got my name. I didn't know what business was. Only that Dad would come home at the end of each month with a sword in one hand and stuff for the family in the other, including a present for me. Mom would sort the stuff and wash Dad's bloody clothes without a word. Then one day, a group of people wearing armor broke into the fort. Dad lived on the river all his life, and that's where he died. I only remember the leader. He didn't look happy at the total victory he'd just won. He only gazed at the river, dyed red with blood, lost in thought. There was only one thought on my mind. I wanted to take revenge. I found out where he lived. I left home, going from the easternmost edge of Yan to the westernmost. I learned that the land was more than just the river. There were mountains, streams, forests, plains. People lived in many different ways and dealt with many different hardships. The river fort was too small. Dad might have chosen a different path if he had come out and seen all of the land under heaven. Dad was wrong. There were so many places you could go in a boat. Only so many places you could go in a boat. Finally, I came to Yumen. He stood atop the walls with that same expression. I began to understand. I should take revenge. That's about it. Waai has the sword. A kung fu lunatic is too much for Zuala to deal with. He waited 3 years just to fulfill the promise. Interesting man. How are Taihe's injuries? He's still unconscious. The one who wounded Taihe was the same one who attacked Wei Yunwu. She got away in the chaos and was too fast for me to catch. Zuala closed the sword forge. Many martial artists are under observation. Catastrophe lies before us, while the relationship between the military and Jianghu has broken down. Yumen is the only going to face even more chaos. I could hardly reproach him for being impetuous. You must take action yourself. General Zhou entrusted the garrison to me. I can't very well openly defy him. You know I'm not just talking about what happened these few days. You'll be leaving soon. You must answer to those who looked up to you before you leave. Or, did you think you could dodge the questions that you cannot answer clearly? Wow, I can't talk already! People think that you're my student. Sometimes even I forget where you came from and treat you like I would Zuala and the record keeper. I've never called you master. I'm not your master. You're a natural. Most of what you could do with the sword you learned on your own. There was little I could teach you. You hid my identity from others, allowing me to stay at Yumen. I can't very well abandon a child to the barons. You never thought I would try to kill you? Or did you think I could never defeat you? You didn't have to beat me if you wanted revenge. Just slip some poison into my food or push me off the wall. I worried that you wouldn't be able to let it go, even after killing me. I would have called you a hypocrite if I hadn't hung around you for 5 years. 5 years. It's been that long. Not so long from your point of view, is it? Why would you say that? Your appearance hasn't changed the slightest, and you still have that sad, depressed expression on your face, as though you've grown tired of seeing everything that happens in this world. The slowest burdened beast would realize that you're no ordinary man. I always thought the stories about long-lived races were a myth. Turns out there's one right next to me. You knew. I just never cared. I wanted revenge. How long you could live didn't matter. And thinking about you not being an ordinary mortal was just looking for excuses. Like you said, climb the mountain one step at a time. All other thoughts are just distractions. Can one truly let go of one's obsession with vengeance? One's obsession with victory and defeat, even when one's wish is fulfilled? Distractions make your sword slow. We mortals need our obsessions in order to keep living, you know that. You weren't so forceful when we first met. You taught me a lot these 5 years. Only the basics of Kung Fu. As you said, you can only teach so much, but how much one learns is up to oneself. You should go and see those who remember you. Far too many have an obsession with you. It's kind of one of those things where he needs to tie up some loose ends, and she's smart about that. The big man is gone. Stop right there! You again? If you're not in league with those criminals, why did you steal the sword? What is your connection to the man at the clinic? I don't know them and I don't know who he is. You don't understand what kind of trouble you've gotten yourself into. You've never lived in a nomadic city, and you know nothing about Yumen. Someone told you where the sword was and got you to steal it. But you don't understand what kind of trouble it would bring. Tell me, things may still be salvageable. I told you, I'm not acting under anyone's instructions. I'm just repaying a debt. Even if the price is your life. Stop following me. Whatever the truth is, I can't sit aside and let you put yourself in danger. I'm trying to help you. All your words won't change anything. You're not a good person. I'm under orders to investigate. You're the one who stole the sword. You may have your reasons, but that's no excuse for distorting the truth. The man who arrested all the smiths at the forge can't be trusted. They tried to cover the Shanhaizhong's escape. They were there to protect it. All involved must be investigated until they are cleared of suspicion. We face the double threat of catastrophe and criminals. I must abide by my duty to Yumen. My clan only makes weapons for strong and healthy Anasa who have reached the age of 16. Those who receive a weapon swear to protect the young, the elderly, and the sick of the clan. You say things about not letting me put myself in danger, about protecting a city, but you point your weapon at the common people. This is my duty. Shifu was right. You people think that you're always right just because of your lofty justifications. I slowed down on purpose only to find that no one was following. You two started chatting while I still have the sword. There's been a misunderstanding, sir. I ask that you return the sword to its rightful master. I heard you two arguing and more or less have an idea of what's going on. The sword belonged to the Grand Master, but this girl sneaked it out. I'm sure he doesn't rely on any single weapon. Don't tell me he sent you after it because he missed it so much. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to say. Causing trouble for him would delay his retirement even more, but I promised to help this girl here. What a headache. Aha! I can't really be bothered with complicated questions, but I have a quick and simple solution. Both of you have some kung fu. Why don't you two fight it out, here and now, and whoever wins gets the sword. No weapons, hand-to-hand only. Ridiculous! How could something so important be determined so callously? I'm not fighting! I'm in a hurry. She jumps in and she's like, I'm gonna kick your ass, buddy! I'm doing this! You don't want to fight? That's your problem. And Chubai said that his kung fu's pretty weak, so we'll see. Even a wounded Jeon, maybe she finishes him? We'll see. Fist and foot as one in points of 5. Fist and foot as 1 in points of 5. Catch and parry, barrage to open. Even within an inch there lies right and wrong. Focus elsewhere only negates effort. See, that is one thing. I am not a person who knows martial arts. I've never studied, I've never taken the time. I would like to learn, in some cases, different arts, but I'm not sure exactly what I'd like to go for. I'm a very big mixed martial arts person, so I love MMA. I'm interested in jiu-jitsu and Brazilian jiu-jitsu and things like that for the grappling aspect, but I've never competed on that kind of a thing before. When I was in sports, I played ice hockey. That was my sport. That's what my kids play now. But again, I'm interested in MMA, and if I were to ever get big enough with YouTube and stuff, I would love to get into influencer boxing, influencer MMA, that kind of thing. I think it would be incredible. I'd love to try my hand at it, but I don't know anything yet. So what I know, very, very basic self-defense stuff. That's it. It's incredible to watch a good display of martial arts, not some of this real cheesy stuff that you see in Americanized martial arts and things where it's all like weird flashy movements and stuff like that, just designed to put on a show and put on a display, and they claim it's self-defense. But when you listen to actual martial artists and people who have been passing this knowledge and this teaching down from generation to generation, they look at what these dime a dozen martial arts classes and centers around the United States are, and they look at them and it's a laughing stock to them, because it's not the true form of the martial art. It is not the true discipline or the self-defense or the things that you need to actually be able to defend yourself properly, to actually be able to use that in combat as a tool, as a knowledge, as an art form. So it's one of those things where, you know, I'm that's another thing that makes me hesitate, is I wouldn't want to go into a bad school to learn. I wouldn't want to go into a bad gym and learn. I would want to go into a place reputable, legitimate, and to learn the actual proper way. So there's a lot of things that go into the thought process. But again, to see an actual legitimate display of the martial art from true masters and people who have been practicing and teaching and handing it down is incredible. It is an amazing sight. But nonetheless, we continue forward. Oh, the day has barely begun to break. The inn's workers wipe down the tables and prepare food for the day in the kitchen. Lee rises to the call of Foul Beast in the backyard and the sound of fists cutting through the air. Like father, like daughter. Nice. Uncle Lee, it's been a while since I've seen you practice this form. I thought maybe you had some sort of divine inspiration that helped you rise above forms and moves. Don't tease me like that. The only way to get better at martial arts is to practice. There are no magical secrets. You're right. I remember how you got on the wrong side of a gang the first time you went out on an errand for the company. When I arrived, all I saw was triads lying unconscious on the ground, while you stood there like nothing had happened. You were only 16. I started learning Kung Fu before I learned to talk. You remember. He told me. At least he taught you well in that regard. Like they say, your teacher can show you the door, but you have to be the one to walk through it. Well, I suppose I was being shown the door is important too. Maybe this was the only thing he felt he could do as a father. I'm not trying to defend him. He wasn't a good father, but you shouldn't let that stop you from living the life you want. Consider young Kung Fu a gift. He can always tuck it away if you don't. You can always tuck it away if you don't like it. Pursuit of Kung Fu mastery was his path, but it doesn't have to be yours. I have nothing against Kung Fu, and of course I have my own life. I graduated magna cum laude with a degree in mechanical engineering from Lungman University of Science and Technology. I'm an employee of Lee's detective agency and field operator for Rhodes Island. But not the first hero of justice to graduate from LMUST. I could be if needed. Then tell him the next time you see him. Uncle Lee, you wouldn't just pick up a form that you haven't practiced for a long time for no reason. Considering his irresponsible behavior all these years, it would be more than understandable if you wanted to pick a fight with him. It's okay if you lose. I doubt he was any better at your age. She is absolutely adorable, and I wish they would make a plushie of her. That was one thing I got off of the 4.5 anniversary merch today, was the Chongyue plushie. was the only plushie that was announced today, which kind of sucked, but, you know. I wanted more! I want more plushies! I wanted official musies! Oh, heck! But this was fitting for the story anyways, but... However, there's never been one. Zola is young for a candle holder, but he has seen his share of cases. However, there has never been one where he could not fight back, nor has he ever been taught what to do in such a situation. Does he have a guilty conscience, or just not willing to take advantage of an injured girl? All Zola does is block the attacks as they fall on him. They both fall to the ground, their faces covered in dirt, but the girl continues to strike with all that she has. It looks like a fight between children. So is her kung fu not that good? Stop. The girl wins. Catch. Go and repay your debt, then come back and pay your medical bill. All right. Here's your sword, boy. You didn't fight back because you knew she was hurt. No shame in that. No need to give me that look. The girl promised me she'll come back. I trust her. If she goes back on her word, I'll catch her for you. See, he's got like a sense of honor and dignity and stuff, but obviously, it's like they said, he's not a good father. You can go now. Why are you looking at me like that? Looks like you're unharmed. Surprised or disappointed? I didn't want anything to happen to you. There was a misunderstanding. Sorry to get you into trouble. I've explained it to them. Everything is fine. Hold on. A soldier told me that the armband, the one you gave me, was evidence retrieved from outside the city the day before. Are you going to explain it to me or not? Why should I if you already knew the story? Du Yaoye's fist stops in midair. Yuhsia makes no motion to block or dodge. We've only just met. I can understand if you don't trust me. You wanted someone to help you check out the sword forge. That's fine. But you shouldn't have used my friend as a pretext. Sorry. Stop. You don't get to apologize to me. I won't forgive you. Fine. Is this how Lungmanites do things? It's how I do things. Well, I'm not going to come away empty-handed from this. What did you find? Tell me everything you know. I became certain of what I had only suspected. Starting with the attack on the messenger, something was off about everything we've seen. It wasn't a coincidence that you ran into the Shanhaizhong at the sword forge. It's proof that Meng was in league with them. So it was him. He's the only one with both the motivation and the means to plan all this. I don't understand why he would do it. What else do you know about my friend's whereabouts? Not much. I sent someone to look into it. In the worst case scenario, all of Yumen could be in danger. I hope this is not his goal, or that he has a plan. I don't know if he's in league with them. If he is, it's kind of crazy, but... I feel like there's something else going on. All these years, Meng has rarely stood outside his workshop to gaze upon it. Inside, the yard has always felt cramped. The walls and door look more impressive when one looks on them from the outside. There are only a few days left of the month-long market. The streets are busy as ever, making the lonely sword forge feel conspicuous in comparison. The closed sign has fallen on the ground, replaced by red and white ceiling tape. A rivet has fallen from the door. He has never noticed, nor has anyone told him. Am I getting senile? I couldn't even get this one last thing done properly. Is he? If he is, it's gonna be a little crazy. All right, WB-5, let's go. Let's get in it. The sun sets in the west. Both the people and the city walls cast long shadows, covering the stalls by the road. A vendor closes his umbrella and yawns. Closing up, 30% off on what's left so I can go home for dinner. Just go. Tourists these days don't care about your toy weapons anymore. I would have joined the army if I had skills to forge real swords. Say, I saw a tourist carrying a blood-red sword yesterday. Now that was something unusual. I wonder where it came from. Girl looks around, perplexed. She's never seen a scene like this before. Ground rumbles slightly underneath her feet, likely a sign that the nomadic city is decelerating. The people on the streets seem completely unperturbed by it, going about their business as usual. She smells the aroma of food and remembers that she has not eaten for 2 days. Soreness all over her body hits at the same time as the hunger. Her legs take on a mind of their own, following the scent to a restaurant. Is she at the inn? No. What would you like? Or whatever that person is having. Cold noodles with roasted meat for table 3. Or for table 3. It is near dinner time and the place is almost full. A good hearty dinner is the most comforting thing for honest working people who have been busy all day. The TV on the wall plays a martial arts drama on repeat, the familiar story occasionally catching the attention of the customers. Why does the man in the box look like him? The swordswoman next to him looks a little like Shifu, but not quite the same. What does adapted from true events mean? Your noodles, miss. Thank you. I say, a 100-meter scroll signed by every single person in town. Now that's a meaningful gift. Nisha Lima? Grandmaster is going on a journey. How is he going to carry that? Better to have something practical, like some local food for him to eat on the way. How many years has the Grandmaster protected Yumen? All I know is that he's been around since before my dad was born. He must be more than 100. No wonder he's leaving his post. It must take a toll on him. But I've heard some Jianghu wanderers say that they've seen him lately, and he still looks like he's middle-aged. Wait, is he immortal or something? I heard there are those who live much longer than normal, thanks to arts. The Grand Master must be one of those. Anyway, the one thing everyone should remember is that he's the hero and protector of Yumen. Never heard about a spouse or kids, though. What a shame when you consider that General Zuo's son had already reached adulthood. They called him a hero. How did you like your meal, miss? It was very good. No, the bill. I'll take care of it. Thank you. Sure. Now how about that? We meet again. Did you lose your wallet or just forgot? I lost it. Ouch, that's unlucky. Looks like you're new around here. I'm guessing you don't really know the place. I'll go with you to report the loss. Thank you, but I'm fine. I'll pay you back next time. Hold on. Is this the sword you said you were looking for? Are you trying to take it too? What do you think I am, a thief? But I've heard rumors that a special sword went missing. Could it be? I have to go. Who's there? Show yourself! They say you don't try this with martial arts. Especially not with the martial artist. Am I a goner if he just takes a swing by instinct without looking? Then I would have to arrest him for manslaughter. So did I win the bet? You did. I had a bet with Liang Zun over how you'd react when you saw us. He said you'd turn around and leave, but I said you would freeze on the spot. Never seen one who could read others better than you. Well, he is my oath brother, not exactly a stranger. Don't worry, waifu doesn't know you're here. Reunion of father and daughter calls for a grander occasion after all. I'm not like our Lord Magistrate over here who drags me into trouble the first time we see each other in a dozen years. Yes, I know I owe you one. Is it too much sarcasm if I keep harping on this? Well, there's no one else here, just the three of us. We have wine and food. Shall we sit down and chat? Locations of all the suspicious warehouses have been sent to your terminals. Check them one by one, going from east to west. Move quickly, time is short. Don't do anything rash. If you find something, contact the others and we'll move in together. Were you looking for me? He reacts quickly. Years of experience have taught him when it is time to fight, and when it is time for flight. As soon as he turns around, however, he feels a hand on his shoulder, immobilizing him. Why are you trying to run if you're looking for me? You... Sharp, but not enough guts. Fix that, and there's a potential for bigger things in you. The old man withdraws his hand. Tell Miss Lin that I will be waiting for her at the warehouse in the southern city on 5th Street, Block 7, at the hour of Chen. Not drinking? I'm still on duty. What about you? Alcohol isn't good for you. Well, what are we gonna do if we're not drinking or talking? Just stare at each other? Didn't you have something to ask him, Mr. Liang? I could ask you the same. Have we gotten to the point that we can't talk while sober? If you have something to say, say it. What have you been doing? Wandering. Looking for strong opponents in each new place until there's no one left. Then I move on. I had to study Mr. Liang to see what the changes were over the years. You, why? Or I guess, why? You wear them on your face. What changed? You got old. That's obvious. I was actually worried I was going to hear someday that you died in a duel. Would I? There's always someone better, as they say. So, how long have you been in Yumen? 3 years. There's someone here who promised to fight me. He said it could take 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, maybe more. Waai Tianpei. So obsessed with earning fame, learning patience. What's a few years here? There's no one else to fight anyway. So you've been working at the clinic for 3 years. The scent of herbal medicine covers up the aroma of the wine. There's nothing left but a bitter taste. Ositsia yanensis. Psychotria ruba. Xanthosxylum avicenne. Senecio scandens. I spent almost a month asking the various schools, never imagining that you were right here in this clinic opposite the inn. Debts have to be paid. Then you know who it is you owe the biggest debt. That's all I have to say. What about you, Mr. Liang? Just here to see how an old friend is doing. It's not an interrogation. Waai Tianpei has been in Yumen for 3 years. You've been here a while yourself, but you picked this time to visit. It's no time to consider private sentiment, when there is unrest in the city. In your patriotism, you wouldn't even permit commoners like us to think of private sentiment? I'll sit for a while longer if you're really here to reminisce about old times. But look at us. We've gotten to the point where we can't even talk freely. Waai Tianpei picks up his cup and drinks it dry, then leaves the room. Did you get the answer you were looking for, Mr. Liang? I guess so. As Waai Tianpei's oath brother, or as the advisor of Yumen, I should be used to you seeing through things by now. Maybe you should change your habit of bringing trouble on yourself. At least don't get to the point where you don't even have someone to talk to. There's a job he must be the right man for. Like you had me handle that goblet. Nothing that complicated. Even when he's Waai Tianpei, he's still Waai Tianpei. I see that's where I'm getting confused. There's similar pronunciations or things I'm guessing with those, but I don't know for sure. He's the hardest to change. What about you and I? The same flowers, the same wine, but the spirit of youth is no more. It's precious enough that we can still sit around the same table and chat a little over drink. It's a fool's errand to try and go back to the past. You're trying to stop me too? A lot has happened over the past couple days. There's a lot happening that I'm not sure about. If you mean no harm, I suggest you stay and help explain what's happening. I don't have time. Oh. Hand it over. No! Did they follow you? I don't know them. Are you the ones who've been causing trouble around town? Stupid girl. Was she holding back when she fought me in the ring? These crooks sure can bark even if they can't bite. Here we go.
The hunt begins.
Okay, so we've only got the one.
Ready to heal. Follow me.
We're gonna load up here. Ooh, we've got the second one here, so she covers that. Red, you go here for a moment.
Is in my eyes.
Don't make this harder than it needs to be.
Simple and clear.
This hunt has dragged on for too long.
Let's begin.
Put Texas here, get some DP.
Awaiting orders. Shut up.
And what purpose do you think your sacrifice will serve?
I'll be careful. There we go.
Heal Vigil.
A valiant struggle.
Alright, we've got to get him cleared out.
Ready to move.
Professor? How's that?
Let's have her take those things out.
Awaiting orders. Cut them to pieces.
I don't know.
You lot stay up there if it gets risky.
You can go do something else.
Ooh.
Got it. Doctor?
Still mulling things over. Use your weapon to tell me who you are.
Arch unit charging.
Whoa!
Orders. Shut up.
I definitely don't like that.
Still mulling things. Still soaking yourself in
But
the
boy, they have
past.
to go all the way around, so that's interesting.
Initiating healing process.
A valiant struggle. But you won't get away.
All the best.
Okay, we still got it, barely. That was getting rough.
Is my greatest motivation.
That was getting very rough. All right, on to WB-6. Okay. I don't think Ray really got to do anything there. That was interesting.
Please take good care of yourself while I'm gone.
Ooh, this one jumped right into...
Follow me. No way out. Rock and roll. Hurry up.
All right, the heck with that. That was intriguing, though.
Anything outside the plan? I'll judge for myself. A valiant struggle, but you won't get away.
Let's begin.
Let's get some DP gain from her.
And what purpose do you think your sacrifice will serve?
All the best. Got it.
Wow, they take out so much health. That's insane. I don't really understand or know how to beat them easily. See, he just one-shots her. How am I supposed to do anything?
Roger. Arch unit charging.
What is the deal with them, and why are they so strong?
You can't stop me.
You're not going anywhere there, pal. See, that just it is not making any sense how to deal with them. You just gotta like wait until they like approach. Is that the understanding?
stop me.
There we go. Death is in my eyes.
It's not making any sense. How do I beat them? Because I've done it before, but what is the deal with them? Why do they just walk through everybody and like one-shot them? That is... And like I said, I cleared this on my main account, so what is with them? Elusive and unflinching, cruel. These are acts of faith or delusional. The next attack made after breaking invisibility will deal increased damage. I don't... So that's why I wish I had somebody that I could sit on them up top. Let me try a practice run here. Who do I have? I have Vigil, but I need people that I can sit on them and have somebody attack from range as well. Somebody that'll sit like on top. I don't have defenders here. So maybe that's what I need this time around? Maybe I just need defenders to help block them at the edges because of the increased damage. Just block them there and then let like some ranged operators look the other direction at them. Maybe. Like I can't defend up top. I'm gonna switch him over for Solopsis, just so...
New data used to assemble package build. New data used to assemble package build.
Is this a mission or a training session?
Yeah, let's give that a shot. Let's try to focus everybody down below.
Please take good care of yourself while I'm gone. Let me
Put
create
her
a
here.
diversion.
Okay. Alright, so let's put defenders here. We'll build a solid defensive wall right there. And we'll have a medic that'll face and heal them.
Simple and clear.
But I need additional attack coming from behind.
Draw swords.
For now, I'm going to put her there, but I'm going to put Lappland out as well.
Don't make this harder than it needs to be.
Probably should instead of that, though.
Awaiting orders. Awaiting orders.
As soon as he touches her, we blast.
Cut them to pieces.
There we go.
Rough. Don't be afraid, please! Come to your senses!
Ouch. Okay.
Got it.
Awaiting orders.
Ouch.
Strike them. Simple and clear.
You can go do something else.
Block him for now.
戦に光あれ。
Alright, so I'm gonna pull her. That's fun. Why is she not attacking him? Oh, he regained his thingy.
Strike them.
Don't be afraid. You can heal that wound in no time. Heaven blue. Archinit charging.
Okay. So this kind of scenario is working
Simple and
out,
clear.
but it's rough.
All the best. Hey, 体当たりだ。私がついてる。
Oh, no, you don't, asshole. You ain't getting me like that. Okay. So we got it that time. We need to focus. We'll use defenders on this one.
We may have achieved a perfect victory, but we still can't let our guard down.
All right, let's try that again. Oh, wait. I think I picked the wrong team. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no, I got it. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good.
Let me create a diversion.
He mainly just went that way as far as his attacks, but I'm still going to put it the same way.
Begin.
That's what takes us out.
Awaiting orders. Shut up.
Yeah, that'll recharge by the time he gets out there.
Anything outside?
Easy, taken care of. Alright, next is going to be a medic. I might even be able to... First medic over here.
Got it.
Okay. As soon as he walks up and touches her, that's when I activate Texas. Okay, just like last time. Touch. Go.
You can't stop me.
All the best.
The High Fiala do some damage.
Got it. Shut up. From shadows.
Okay, let's slow this down.
Don't be a please. Come to your senses. Zangish nagai.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Degenbreaker, get in
You
there.
want them gone.
There's no frickin' excuse. That should not be happening. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Target marked. Roger.
No way.
No way out.
Heaven blue.
No way at all. That should not be a thing.
All the best.
Alright, he's done. We got it, though. We got it. I don't know if she would work. No, I don't have to worry about it. I was going to try and stun him from below if I could have, but I didn't need to. Finish my coffee. I would love for her to beat me up. I mean, what? Sorry. They work well together. How many of them are there? Hey, why did they stop? Why are they looking for you? What's your name? I'm Waifu. Even if they read my name like Waifu around here. Waifu. I'll remember that. I'm Jaehyun. I'll come back and find you. Wait! Strange girl. Let's catch some bad people first. She's a mechanical engineer and a detective. And knows some kick-ass kung fu. Like, come on. I would love her to whoop my ass. Anyways. The old man gazes over the map, drawing a course. His gaze moves slowly. He knows how vast a distance every inch on the paper represents. The tea on the table has long grown cold. I didn't think you would enjoy our provincial Yumen tea, Grand Tutor. Everyone here drinks the same tea, so can I. This tea is yin in nature. It's not ideal while the weather is cold. Your knowledge is vast, but you don't pay enough attention to your health. The others would be anxious if you fell ill. Someone better will take my place if I fall ill. Each generation is better than the one that came before. There's no single person whom Yon cannot do without. What is important is not one person, one generation, but the legacy. Such has always been the way. Legacy. A difficult concept for us to understand. You've taught countless people who've contributed to Great Yan. The army still uses the martial records left behind by the record keepers for training. I myself have received military instruction from you. At the end of the day, our expertise, it was all learned from others. Chongyue dumps the cold tea and pours a new cup of hot tea. Thank you. Since when have we become strangers? I've never forgotten the times when we discussed matters of state over candlelight and drew swords alongside each other. But where we stand has changed. Excuse my impudence. You didn't come just to talk about old times, did you? You're right. I came to say goodbye. Oh, she arrived at the warehouse. Here I am. Hello, Envoy Lin. Wasn't it 2 days ago that we last saw each other? More has happened in 2 days than in 20 years prior. Now that I think about it, you did what you did that day not to help me, but to stop me from investigating. I still helped you. I had heard that the LGD sent an acting inspector to oversee matters of public security when the two cities were docked. I could not associate the commotion you caused at the market and the sword forge with the young girl who stands before me now. Did you set your sights on me from the beginning? No, only just now. I wasn't sure that all this was your doing until you showed up. You only suspected. That was enough. Your style is unique. I've always been like this. Did you want to say unscrupulous? Could you really call all that you've done scrupulous? Fair enough. But what specifically did you mean by all that? Working with the Shanhaizhong, faking the bandit attack on the messenger, then setting up an attack on me, making the fake catastrophe data real. Then you had someone else steal the Grandmaster's sword to muddy the waters. The theft of the sword was unexpected. Otherwise, last night would never have happened. But it is impressive that you've deduced the switching of the data. Good thing you had enough decency to not actually kill the messenger. I have a question myself. Why? I'm sure you already know the answer. Wanted to cause a catastrophe and destroy Yumen just because you had a grudge against the Lord Exorcist? Zhuo Zhunlao and us have been through more than hell and high water together. The word grudge is far too light. And Zhuo Zhuanlao has taken us too lightly. You are from Lungmen. I am. I've heard it's a good place. A prosperous one. I've never had a chance to visit. You've seen how things are at Yumen. Traveling through the desert all year long, risking catastrophe to deliver important reports, trekking through nothing but sand for days in search of water. You've never experienced that. Someone has to protect the borders, protect the nation. Soldier or civilian, most Humanites are not local. We left our homes to settle here without a word of complaint. Zhuo Zhanlao should not forget that there are others who had a hand in Yumen becoming Yan's bulwark. Who does he think he is, driving away those who bled for Yumen? You misunderstood the Lord Exorcist. Then why is the Grand Master leaving Yumen? I don't know. What I can't understand is why you want to destroy the city that you've protected for so many years. How many catastrophes do you think Yumen has encountered in its history? A single catastrophe won't destroy Yumen. It will only unite its people. Madman. So he was involved. Two young people cower in a corner of a warehouse, looking rather haggard. Jeez, where are the others? What about the soldier and the messenger? Old Meng for the Sword Forge let them go just now. Thank goodness they're all right. Miss Du, I'm sorry we didn't get the job done. The guys from the Sword Forge knocked us out before we even knew what was going on. We found ourselves in the warehouse by the time we came to. Why did they do that? It's a long story. Come on, stop with the long face. But it's Xingyu Logistics' first job. We ran into something this big on our first job. That means we're meant for big things. Now put yourself together and follow me. I have an idea of where the sword is. You had an idea from the beginning. Just a little private interest. I guess I couldn't keep it from you. Everyone has private interests. That's fine, as long as it doesn't interfere with duty. I have an idea whom to entrust the sword to. I just want to see the last trial through. With your permission, of course. The goodbye you mentioned. It's more than just this. The path ahead is unknown. Who knows if we'll meet again. A proper farewell is in order. Yumen is headed for the capital. It is about to wake. The old man turns around and once again casts his eyes towards the map. He sees and thinks about much on it. He suddenly has a question, one that the Grand Tutor would not have asked. Do you have regrets? Parting is a fact of life. Seeking perfection doesn't mean there won't be regrets. But sometimes I feel that there just isn't much I can do. Yumen started out as a fortress built for that hunt. The hero of Yumen could have humble beginnings, or he could belong to one of the long-lived races. But the one thing he cannot be is the incarnation of a Fernmut. This is a secret that the Sui Regulator must protect at all costs. One cannot expect to be understood and accepted no matter where one goes. The man walks slowly to the old man's side, and the two of them gaze silently at the depiction of mountains and rivers. Yumen will approach the capital in 6 months, barring any unexpected events. The markings on the map are locations where civilians are expected to be evacuated prior to Yumen's arrival at the capital. If things get to that point, Yumen must be prepared to sacrifice itself to kill the bestial Sui. This is a price that Yan must pay. The Shanhaizhong struck 20 years ago. Lord Exorcist came to me after things calmed down, before the Sui Regulator arrived. He realized then that the bestial Sui were a great potential threat to Yan. Yumen will someday return to its original battlefield. When it comes to that, Yumen cannot rely on me or the Jianghu fighters. Everyone must go. This place that many people have called home will return to dust. People on the outside call the Lord Exorcist heartless, but there's so much that he cannot tell anyone. We had a group of common friends. Those who carry heavy responsibilities cannot be trapped by private sentiment. 20 years of conflict, there were misunderstandings, and there were grudges, but there must be closure. This is something that I need to do myself. This is a private request. I dare not ask for your understanding. Yet in some cases, an allowance can be made. Shuo is part of that atrocity, but the people of Yan owe Chongyue a great debt. So what you mean is, the Lord Exorcist has tasked you to ensure my safety. What danger is there to me if you can protect Yumen? Thank you. The man turns and leaves the tent. The old man nods slightly in his direction. Lord Waai, I can be a help in the hunt for the criminals. I will see you off. The air feels dead, silent. The only sound is that of gravel as it falls on the roof. The warehouse has no windows. Yuhsia listens intently for any sounds outside. Minute after minute passes. Have the catastrophe clouds drawn closer? The night winds blow stronger. You look impatient, Miss Lin. Thank you for chatting with this old man. Perhaps it's because you thought I may still have the real data collected by the catastrophe messenger. Take it. Why would you give it away for nothing? It's too late for Yumen to avoid the catastrophe now, even if the correct data reached the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. I would like to make it clear that this plan was entirely my own. The folks who were taken into custody are innocent. Good to see you still know what innocent is after putting an entire city's worth of people in danger. There is active nature, and there is active man. They should not be confused. You must have other reasons for delaying me. Of course, I would not simply waste my time on a day like today. I had promised to help an acquaintance leave the city, but I have no choice but to go back on that promise after what happened at the Sword Forge last night. I can only hope to draw more attention and make it easier for her to get out. Sword thief? Didn't you say the theft was unexpected? Astute as ever. Come on. This is a rather silly matter. Too silly to talk about. Let those who should leave, leave. Let the debts that should be settled be settled. You got what you came for, Miss Lin. You should leave. There was one thing you didn't catch. It's not that Zhuo Zhuanlao I hold a grudge against. I picked this time and place to settle another debt. You hide well. You made us work to find you. You turned your back on our partnership. Aren't you trying to silence me when you went to the Sword Forge last night? Get the data from the girl. Leave this one to me. Aye. Maybe you misunderstood. The old man opens a bag on his belt and takes out an unremarkable black iron hammer. He glares at the Shanhaizhong and speaks through clenched teeth. Hide! I've been waiting for a chance to finish all of you off. Interesting, Uncle Meng. Alright, WB-7. Clear this one real quick, and then I'll take a short break before coming back and trying to finish off. 1, 2, 3. The hammer swings. For over 7,000 days and nights, he swung the hammer just like this. How he wished the hammer was not falling on an unformed iron billet, but on the blades and heads of his enemies. Just like right now. The rest of you, retreat! Your hammer is heavy, but not fast enough. As long as it's heavy enough to break your blade and smash your head in. Oh no, I planned a much better death for you. I wanted to stuff this warehouse full of explosives, and when the catastrophe arrived, to give your lives as an offering to Yumen. Of course, mine would be in there too. So that was your plan. Why would I have taken the initiative to seek your cooperation otherwise? I don't see why we should have such enmity between us. Maybe it was how you somehow managed to sneak into Yumen, somehow disguised yourselves as martial artists to gain the trust of the guards, and then somehow caused chaos all over the city, turning Yumen into what it is right now. My memory's not that bad yet. The day you first showed up in the city, I recognized you right away. I've waited 20 years for you to come. Such a pity that with just a little accident, everything was lost. Luckily, I still have this hammer of mine. The warehouse is dimly lit, and the glass blade in Lin Yuhsia's hand turns more and more transparent. The Shanhaizhong seem fearful of her exquisite originium arts, and instead of swarming her, they coordinate and slowly begin to encircle her. For such a group to hide in the city for so long and stay undiscovered. Their fighting style doesn't seem to come from any common school or military, and yet they're fierce and unrelenting, but also disciplined and highly organized. Where exactly did they come from? If only I had Chen's sword here to better deal with them. What am I daydreaming for? My top priority is to break out of here and bring the data with me. Hey, let me help! What are you still doing here? I got the cheese out and heard a fight over this way. Sure enough, it was this bunch again. Your friends. They're fine. The messenger and the escorts are all fine. Meng Tianyi had them locked up, but didn't harm a single one of them. Don't look at me like that. You haven't been forgiven yet. After we clean up these guys, I'll settle the score with you. And then it's best you start thinking about how to survive this. They won't be easy to deal with. You don't need to remind me. Yaoye, you're not allowed to call me that. Sounds like you know. Distracted. Shut up. Why would I shut? I wasn't talking to you. Anyway, I'm glad you're alright. I will make my apologies after defeating my foe with my own hands. Heh. Why do you sound so relieved speaking to me? Because no one actually lost their lives? Because everything is still in your hands? If you had always planned a fake death for the messenger team, why did you ask me to put the cheese on the job? Everyone in the city holds you in highest regard, and you play games with their lives. To be honest, it's not like I've never wanted. But when you showed up at my door so enthusiastically saying you wanted to open the first modern logistics company in Yumen and told me not to consider your father, Chongyue's reputation. Oh, how I miss the times when we were so young. The force of each blade on him increases, as does the ferocity of the girl screaming at him. Meng Tianyi stops talking, grits his teeth, and swings his hammer. I remember you telling me that you were a well-known figure in Yumen for all the right and wrong reasons. In your day, you trained with the Grand Master to kill your enemies, and quick to exact revenge in order to exact justice for the people who were robbed. You were chased, the bandits, for more than 100 li out in the desert, and destroyed their stronghold. You know exactly how many streets, shops, and tents are in the city. You know every part of Yan that your sworn brothers and army hail from. But right now, do you even care about Yumen anymore? You're way more pedantic and muddled than my father, who refuses to let go of his old ways. Times change, and so will we. Escorts will turn into logistics companies, and the Sword Forge will turn into a regular workshop. No one can stop this, and you shouldn't even try. No matter how much you hate, how much resentment you hold in your heart, you have no right to test Yumen with a catastrophe just to see if it can hold a candle to its old days. How dare you! Are you even worthy of this city? Meng, are you even worthy of yourself? Yaoye, watch out! Huh? Meng has never once looked back. A duel between masters does not even tolerate the slightest distraction, let alone an enigmatic like this woman. He isn't sure if he fully comprehends exactly what little Du Yaoye has been scolding him over, only that it is loud and muddled with a lot of emotion. But he hears Lin Yuhsia's warning loud and clear, and he turns his head on reflex. Meng throws the hammer in his hand, knocking away the enemies and closing onto Du Yaoye's back. At the same time, a long and narrow blade cuts his spine open. Oof. Uncle Meng! Chongyue Logistics is a good idea, but I won't get to see the seeds sprout myself. Have you never considered the Jianghu you speak of is still here, just in a different form. The rest of you are next. The woman steps over the body lying on the ground. Blood drips down the extremely long blade. She's coming. I can see that. Since escorting the messengers was a trap, that means Chongyue logistics has yet to really open. I'm not sure if you'd be willing to accept my request to deliver something. Right now? This box holds the true catastrophe data. It must be handed over to the Lord Exorcist. Oop, I accidentally skipped that. Take my token with you, and he will let you in. And then what? Then you start hoping that it's not too late. Don't give me that. You'll have me run off while you stay here and play the hero? We should know. You should know very well I'm not that good of a person. But someone has to get the data out. This woman is so unfathomably powerful, she even killed Meng Tianyi. With my arts, I might be able to hold them back and create a quick opening for you. What about you? Who knows? What are you talking about? If you think you can hold them back for me, then we'll switch roles. I'm sorry for lying to you about your friends. You're not the only one who has lied to me. When I was yelling at Meng earlier, that was all for you too. Right. I forgot to tell you this. Honestly, I think it is impressive for someone to travel so far and work so hard to make their living. Now's not the time for... Remember this. If you don't make it out, Yumen won't make it through the catastrophe either. This is a tall order, but Chongyue Logistics accepts. Close your eyes. Then Yuhsia shakes her hands and the glass shards fall to the ground, instantly turning to quicksand. Streams of fine sand flow from the corners and ceiling, quickly converging as one. Still feel like putting up a... The sand rises. In the cramped warehouse, a sandstorm forms. Did something catch fire over there? Could it be arson? Let's go take a look. The sand sluice. Who would even come here? True. Little gnat flying at me. The military whistle sounds from the top of the city. The sky is already pitch black, and the outline of the full moons can be vaguely seen through the clouds. If the old smith has finished his work and returns to the sword forge to find her missing, he could probably figure out that he should look for her over at the sand sluice. The nomadic city foundations chew through the ground, the high-speed turbines grinding up oversized obstacles along with tons of sand and gravel, spitting them out with deafening sound. The old smith was right. There are no guards posted here, because no one would ever want to leave the city this way. It's almost time. Violent braying. 3 times you've gotten away from me, and lucky enough, you've once again walked yourself into a dead end. I don't know you. The sword on your back has nothing to do with our plans, but an object hiding 1/12 of the Bestial Sui's consciousness is of great interest to someone. Bestial Sui? What are you talking about? Sounds like you don't know anything. That makes you even less worthy of holding that sword. Hand it over. Black halo behind your head. An Anasa. So what if I am? An Anasa actively mingling in a Yaoye's nomadic city. How ridiculous. Have you forgotten where you came from? Forgotten what happened to your people? While you were suffering out in the wilderness, aimlessly looking for food and shelter, did Yan ever help you? Anasa, you should join the Shanhaizhong organization. All I see is the terrible things you've done in the city. Then you're a fool. The sand will soon disperse. There's no way I could watch the woman Chief Wei and Dad. I can match the woman Chief Wei and Dad couldn't beat together. But I can at least delay her for a while longer, to buy Yaoye a little more time to make her way out. You're scared of me, but you gave another the opportunity to escape. It seems that after all these years, you people have not changed a bit. Consider it an honor to die a brave death. Gallantry isn't exactly my style, and I'm not about to let you kill me. A crunch sounds, and within the next second, the yellow sand condenses into a grass blade. Trying a sneak attack. You lot really enjoy your cheap tricks. To try and sneak an attack while ignoring the disparity in strength is just asking to die. In the end, so many means were employed to force Meng Tiayi out and obtain the catastrophe data. I guess I could count this as having done a good deed. Oh well. The glass sword crumbles inch by inch, the long blade already falling on her brow. Chishao. Ruse Chi. Oh wait, is this where Chen shows up? Yes! Crimson Sword tears through the airborne sand and dust. Oh, this outfit she's wearing too. I wish they'd make that a costume. Swords clash and the sound rings through the air, wrought by friction. Then Yuhsia's sword shifts its form between sand and glass, countless shards in the air reflecting a silhouette within. The figure stands before her, tall and straight as a poplar. How did you know I would be here? What are you talking about? I saw your arts in the distance. I figured you were asking me to come save you. Don't flatter yourself. I had no idea you were coming to Yumen. So why are you here? Just passing through? Did you follow me here like you did in Docilis? Wasn't that you following me? You must have heard about the assassination attempt on Waai. If you've got time to talk at me, you've got time to explain. What exactly is going on here? The sand and dust have dissipated completely. Not a soul remains in the warehouse. I don't have time. We have to get to the city gates. I don't know why, the entire time I've been reading this, I've been taking apart the broken handles on my chair. I've been rotating the screw with my fingers, slowly. Yaoye has been in the city for a while, but she never realized the streets went on for so long. Just 100 meters feels more difficult than traversing the mountain roads of Chongyue Peak. The small box in her arms feels heavier than any quarry shouldered by the mountain pole carriers. Be it the escort association or a logistics company, things will always be the same. For the sake of our livelihood, we put our lives on the line. If you wish to make a name for yourself in this business, you need to understand how heavy the weight on your shoulders is. I'll never forget all the stories about escort missions Dad would tell me, even if he kept repeating them over and over again. Or maybe because he did. The principle is the same every time, but you only really understand it after experiencing it for yourself. Faster, faster! I can see the gates! Arrow. They've almost caught up to me? Yaoye is skilled in the art of using the wind to anticipate danger. If she focuses without distraction, she could absolutely dodge this arrow. The arrow pierces her right shoulder, causing the box to slip out of her grasp. She hastily reaches out with her left hand to catch it, but ends up falling to the ground along with the box. Silence her and retrieve the object. Miss Du! It's you. I was chasing another group of bad guys and ended up here. Last night, when I hurried over to the Sword Forge, I saw the Mandarins taking you away with them. What's going on here? Don't want to talk about it. Help me out. Let's take care of these guys first. Good plan. Loose your arrows. Impudence. A stretch of silk, a patch of snow, or perhaps the gleaming of a sword. The arrows fall to the ground, neatly sliced in two. Ah, it's Chubai. You're the one who saved Joala last night. Help me. I have something very important to deliver to the Lord Exorcist. He's at the outer city tower and you're seriously wounded. Can you still run? Save the goods, then the men. Very well, then leave them to us. Right, that envoy Lin of yours is still holed up in a warehouse fighting some evil woman. Go help her. Yuhsia. Right, you get moving. There we go. Finally got the screw loosened. Again, with the public acts of violence, you Shanhaizhong have gone too far. Master? Wait, so did she just like run away because Chen showed up? Where's the girl? I almost got her, but these two stopped me. Useless. Hurry after her and get the data. You shall not pass. Gandalf! You think you could stop me? Let's see if you can dodge my blade another time. So she's the evil lady Du was talking about. If she's here, then that means Yuhsia is... I'm fine. Finally caught up. Yuhsia, is that Superintendent Chen? That's her, all right. Where's Du Yaoye? She's already on the move. Good. Then there's only one thing left to do here. Stop that woman. Boring. It seems that after all these years, you people have not changed a bit. You don't know how to respect power. Colony of ants is still just ants. The wind blows away the clouds, and the moonlight shines on the long and empty street. The road is clean, save for a few yellow leaves swirling around the stone bricks. It's the kind of cleanliness that comes after the decline of prosperity, like a bleak autumn night. It all ends here. Autumn night? Okay, I need that picture. So she's behind the chaos that's been plaguing the city. It's time to put an end to her troublemaking. I need that picture. Holy crap. Like, I wasn't the biggest, like, taking her as waifu material, but the three of them, like, bruh. This picture's badass. Adding her in, that bumps her stock upward. Anyways, be careful. Her arts are extremely strange. Even my father and Chief Waai working together couldn't capture her. She's got a lot of tricks up her sleeve. You're telling me that this woman, talking all that trash, is the one who tried to assassinate Wei Yanwu? You scared? You've got to be kidding me. Sounds perfect. We'll knock her out right here and I'll get to shove it in Wei Yanwu's face. All right, let's settle this here and now. Whew, let's go. That's amazing. And I love it. Absolutely. Positively. Okay.
We can take care of ourselves, Professor.
Ooh, yes. This one...
Orders.
Yeah, we're gonna go here with her.
Strike them.
Okay. We're gonna put you here.
All the best.
Anything outside the plan? I'll judge for myself.
Hurry up.
This hunt has dragged on for too long.
Let's begin.
Okay, we're gonna put her there.
Please give your orders.
Let's get them taken out real quick.
Got it.
You can't stop me.
Got it.
Ooh. Checking friendly units located on Yumen Catastrophe defenses. I don't remember how I dealt with that on my other account, but we're gonna need some
There we go.
health. She's gonna disappear.
Got it.
Okay. Not that bad.
How soon do you want them gone?
Okay, we're doing okay right now. We're in decent shape. First wall of roadblocks isn't that bad. Nami has got... Alright.
You want my opinion? You want my opinion?
We're gonna wait for that thing to get closer.
Got it.
You want my opinion? Conviction will throw you off.
Sorry. That's amazing.
Please Please give you orders, Professor. Please give you orders, Professor. How's that? Doctor, I can heal that wound in no time.
All right, we're making good progress here. Okay. Yes, we got the other thing done. There's only 7 left. I'm getting better and getting stronger with my teams and my deployments. But, like, my preparation anymore for doing these events with you guys, or for you guys, is, like I said, playing it on my main account and just playing the stages. And then, of course, if I need to, I go with using Catastrophe as a guide to try and accomplish more and understand what to do, how to beat it next, or how to beat the stage, whatever the case is. But okay, it's just those two, and they're almost toast. All right, let's go. Ha! Beautiful, absolutely beautiful work. Now that stage, dare I say, was actually easier than the prior one because of we didn't have to deal with those sand clouded guys. So that was difficult, but we got it. We got it beat, and now I'm happy. And I just finished actually farming on my main account. I have completely cleared the entire event item shop. So that is done. I can shut that off on my phone. Oop! Accidentally bumped my mouse. It's one less thing to worry about. Someone, anyone! You again. Didn't we just let you out? Keep making noise and it's no more Mr. Nice Guy. Dicey! This box is holding something that can save the city, so shut up and give it to Zuo. This is data for the Imperial Astronomical Bureau and a token. Girl, how did this come into your possession? Hey, wake up! Hurry, call the medic! Where exactly did this woman come from? Has Superintendent Chen finally met her match? Qishao can't cut through her arts. If you can even call it arts in the first place. She doesn't seem to know any kung fu, but her swordplay is ridiculously quick. It's like the kind of kung fu you find in those fake forbidden techniques manuals that say they'll teach you to transcend space and time. I'll trade a few more blows with her and see if I can figure it out. Careful now, she's not playing with us. Slip up once and you might die. Even if you don't, you still will. Even if you don't slip up, you still will die? Is that what she's saying? Because otherwise, even if you don't die, you still will? Doesn't make any sense, but okay. You want a few more rounds with me? Sure, let's start with you. This time, her blade flies quicker than in their previous bouts. Waifu can only feel the autumn wind brushing against her face, leaving her no time to react. Suddenly, a wall appears in front of her. Or rather, a man's back as thick and wide as a wall. Waifu looks at the wall in front of her that she saw last over a decade ago. Daddy's here. Still, the sight overlaps with the one in her memories. The reunion comes sooner than she expected and catches her off guard. He's not going to let his daughter get hurt by that. So this is the one Lee mentioned, the one who's been bothering everyone. You again. Turns out I've been sleeping bad because I was about to run into someone I'd rather not see. Wai Tianpei sweeps a quick glance behind him. His movements are light and quick, but Waifu catches them perfectly clearly. I didn't want to fight anybody until my match with the Grand Master. Guess today's a cheat day. So yeah, you've got some skills, but I can't say I know any kung fu school where you bully your juniors for practice. If you're itching for a fight, I'll take you on. Why? You're at a disadvantage unarmed. I'll lend you my sword. Don't need it. Anything my fists can't break, a sword won't cut either. Don't overestimate yourself. Ha! He's quick. Ooh! Waifu gets a front row seat to the action. Sidestep, chop, quick step, twist, elbow strike. All moves she has learned herself. Seeing the pained expression on his opponent's face, it is clear that Wai Tianpei is using his full strength. Waifu imagines what it feels like to be slammed into a wall. Right. That's some blade. I dodged it by a hair, but it caught my skin. Damn you! After being knocked back several feet, the woman steadies herself with her blade. The tremendous impact seems to have little lasting effect on her, as she lifts her sword again and assumes a defensive stance. But being knocked off balance has made her furious. The anger whips into a tangible wind, and everyone present feeling a chill run up their spines at the same time. The moonlight intensifies. Still got more tricks under her sleeve? The sensation again. Oh, her chi feels different. Great, let's go for another round. Low-pitched hissing. The woman raises her head and glances toward the sky, the clouds drifting across and obscuring half the moonlight. She lowers her half-raised blade. Since the girl already delivered the data, I'm not going to bother with you any longer. It doesn't matter. You're out of time. Yumen City won't escape this calamity. And here's the tension. Seems like we weren't needed. We did witness a splendid showdown, though, so I wouldn't say it was a waste. The young will surpass us in time. I assumed you were referring to that fellow. I'd say Chen here has already learned a good chunk of what you have to offer. What do you think of her swordplay? Skillful, but not yet the peak of perfection. Oh, so what you mean to say is... Brother Meng! A sorrowful howl resounds through the long and deserted street. Back at the agency, Waifu saw plenty of soap operas depicting children reunited with their parents. Some cried bitterly, while others threw furniture around. The actors' intense performances felt strange and unfamiliar to Waifu. When watching with Hung or Li, they would always silently change the channel. She tried to imagine what it would be like when she saw him again. The pent-up resentment, anger, confusion, and dissatisfaction that accumulated over a decade. How would she express herself to him? But at this very moment, the man standing right in front of her feels less real than the cold wind blowing on her face. You came to my rescue, so thanks for that. Sure. Anything else you'd like to say? I'm good. Then prepare yourself. All right. Clash of fists. Dad, what does Hung Mai Wing Chun mean? Of all the countless kung fu styles under heaven, you chose this one, huh? All right, I'll teach you this one. Which style do you use, Dad? I want to learn the same one as you. I'll teach you mine, but not now. You still haven't mastered the basics. Once you've got a solid foundation, then you can learn my kung fu. Okay. Sparred with him so many times that I've lost count. The moment our fists connect, my arm adapts with my muscle memory. More submerged memories also flow out of my mind. A small courtyard with blue brick and stone flooring, a large porcelain water jar, always filled full, wooden stakes wrapped with cloth, and a tall figure whose face could never clearly be seen. That was my world, day after day, diligently practicing and enduring hardships, year after year, cultivating my mind and tempering my character. My sparring partner changed from my father to a wooden dummy, never letting myself rest even for a day. Over the past decade, practicing kung fu became as natural as eating and sleeping. I think I asked him the question, why? Why did you teach me kung fu? Why did you have me become a warrior just like you? The intertwining of moves and techniques, the simple and genuine connection. You've taught me so much, but I was never chasing you. I've found my own goals. I know why I practice kung fu, and I won't change the path I chose just because a man's back popped up in front of me. And I will surpass you. A fist lands on the man's robust chest as if hitting a thick wall. Gives off a muffled sound. You've improved over the years, but you're still a long way from matching me. Big talk, but I wouldn't have even landed a hit on you back then. If this is as far as you've come in a dozen years, then I'll catch up to you real soon. My daughter enjoys some big talk. That's not a compliment. I lose. Wai Tianpei twirls his beard, thinks for a long time, and suddenly bursts into laughter. That move where you kicked me in the chin doesn't look like anything I taught you. What fun. Anyway, I'm heading back to the clinic. Why, wait a second. Do you need me for something? Where's the Grandmaster's sword? And Zuala. The sword's with the girl, and that Mandarin boy probably went after her. Can't say for sure. I'm pretty much done with all this stuff. Wait, the Grandmaster wants to see you. Oh? I've been going easy on you since your Anasa, but hand over the sword now, or I'll show no mercy. No! Her wound reopens and the young Anasa girl holds the sword in front of her chest with her left hand, throwing her chakram with her right, barely deflecting the enemy's attack. She falls back step by step as her arms feel heavier and heavier. It just occurred to me that even if I let you go, you still need a way out. How did you know I would be here? I grew up here. I was a mischievous boy who tried to sneak out of the city through the sand sluices and was duly punished by my father for doing so. But only someone as stubborn as you would take this way. You still want to stop me? Tell me, did you come to Yumen just for this sword? Yes. And you wish to present the sword as an offering? Yes. And after that, will you return it? Well, yes, I will. That eccentric from the clinic promised me earlier that if you broke your word, he would bring you back himself. But having said all that, retrieving the sword was, and still is, my duty. So while I have no qualms about taking you at your word, just this once, I will get that sword back, even if I have to jump into the sand sluice myself. Yinwo Xuanjin? You may not know the idiom directly, a promise worth 1,000 gold. Break your word and I will drag you back here personally. All right. You're wasting your effort. Hurt as she is, she'll die when she jumps down there. 3/4 past the hour of you, the turbine should have slowed down by now. There's no time to waste. Get going! The young candle holder turns around to face his powerful foe, and a light gleams from his sword unsheathing. The young Anasa girl hugs the sword tightly in her arms and leaps down into the churning sand. Hopefully everything goes well, because that seems not good. The observatory has recalculated its results according to the information we have just received. The catastrophe is manifested as a sandstorm, and its scale is about 3 times larger than the one that struck the city 4 years ago. The prior misinformation has already cost us too much time, so the situation is not optimistic. Zhuo Zhuanlao looks at the box in his hands. The surface clearly worn down by gravel and sand. A few days ago, there was another person looking at this box just as he is now. How did he feel? If there was a mirror in this military tent, Zhuo Zhuanlao would have noticed the sands of silver hair on his scalp multiplying over the past few days. Let's get to the point. Presently, Yumen is in the middle of the catastrophe's trajectory and won't be able to avoid it, even if we change course. We have but one method available to us. We can split Yumen up into blocks and disperse in different directions to evade the catastrophe. How much time would that cost us? Reconnecting after separation and returning to full speed will probably take about 6 months. There's no time. It is the only feasible way to ensure the city's safety. It's not the city's safety we want to secure. The general lingers in his tent. The night outside his window is still seemingly serene. The unseen danger lurks far away, but he knows it is still out there. He has seen these sights for decades, but he has never loathed the vast desert as much as he does right now. If we can only ensure the safety of our people. General, you mean to prepare the front for direct catastrophe impact and evacuate all civilians from the east side of the core city to the west for resettlement. Activate all defense fortifications and station Imperial Astronomical Bureau casters on the city walls to resist the aftershocks. How long will repairs take after the fact? General Zhuo, the risk is too great. How long will they take? Repairing the front walls and some of the city's infrastructure will take, by a conservative estimate, 3 months. Sure. Time is of the essence, so I urged the general to make a decision as soon as possible. Mr. Leong, have you come to shackle me to ensure I don't act on my own? I'm here to relay the Grand Tutor's opinion, to trust in General Zhuo's judgment. Very well. Prepare to confront the catastrophe. Oh, they're gonna take it head on. That's terrifying.
Weaklings.
Ooh. I don't know how that's gonna work out. Ugh. It's a little scary, but it is what it is. Let's collect our stuff, first of all. Xiaoyun.
My birth name. Doctor, you understand the Anissa language?
Anissa.
But I would rather continue to use the name Jiayun.
Jiayun.
Shifu gave me this name.
It's close.
And I like it.
I don't know if I could quite roll the construct of that as easily that she did. Jiayun. It's something to that effect. All right. Let's go collect some stuff here. Okay, so everything this way is collected. Let's get these things. I only need the one more, and then it's just these things to focus on. So, let's back up here. We're gonna take a quick break, and so we're gonna cut right here. I'm taking a quick break so I can take some time, breathe, go get some food or something, and then we'll jump right back in and finish this off. All right, let's pick up where we left off. WB-8. Let's continue with this team. Hey, my bag! Don't push! There's plenty of time, folks. Don't panic. Get in line. Careful not to step on each other. Mama, I'm scared. Don't be scared. Just hold my hand and stay close. Where are we going? There's a big storm coming, so we're going to a safe place where we won't be blown away. Massive shadows begin rising from the walls and blocking out the sun. The four guardians of Yumen, retractable external mobile barriers known as the Wind Aegis, designed by Tumutianshi and built by the military's Department of Smelting and Fabrication. For centuries, Yumen has served as Yan's border bulwark, and the Wind Aegis have been her shield, protecting her from the sandstorms, winter winds, and originium storms of the Great Desert. The three winds shall not pass as long as the four guardians stand. Wow, it's so tall! I've never seen the Wind Aegis deploy in all my 3 years in Yumen. Nothing to gape at. Yumen's walls are tall and fully equipped with originium defenses. Mundane catastrophes rarely require the Wind Aegis to be deployed, but it's not entirely unheard of. However, this is the first time that we've had to move half the city's population, as far as I know. So, what is the class of this catastrophe? So big not even the Wind Aegis could hold it back? The Wind Aegis locks into place. Steel plates interlocked so tightly not even the wind can get through. Long lines of civilians move away from the walls and the shadows that the Wind Aegis cast, perhaps comforted by the sturdy presence of the barriers. The crowd calms down after some of the initial chaos. The poplars that grow on the borderlands have grown used to the wind and sand. What's the matter? Scared? Man your post, don't think about anything else. Keep your eyes open. Shanhaizhong are still in the city. Anything can happen with so many people moving about. Protect the commoners. You're still here? They've been broadcasting it all day. Yumen is about to run into a catastrophe. Those on the east side need to move shelters on the west before noon. I know. The catastrophe cloud isn't here yet. I need to pack my things. Here it is. I could lose the tables, the chairs, even the building, but not this recipe book. Say, you could come with me to Longmen if you lost the inn. Don't say that! Sorry, yeah, that's bad luck. I just figured your culinary skills would do well in Longmen too. If I had the chance to see you work up close these few days after all. Nah, can't have that. Where would the people of Yumen get my special sautéed meat if I left? Are you a native of Yumen? No. I was born in the Heartlands and went to Longmen to seek my fortune. Came over when the cities linked, wanting to see what things were like in the north. Then I lost my wallet and started working at this inn to make ends meet. And now I've been the innkeeper for years. The building doesn't matter. Houses can be rebuilt. Absolutely. Well, I'll help you back up. Back up or pack up? Back up. The winds are calm. The dark, ominous mass of air is clearly visible. even from a distance, darkening part of the sky. The catastrophe does not seem to have moved, but the temperature is rising. It is as though it is waiting for a gust of wind before lashing out at the city walls. Ah, there's Ling. Phew! Come to watch my brother's duel, General. Catastrophe preparations are already done. The Grand Master wants to see whether that one is worth his trust before the catastrophe strikes. I can't miss this. Still, it seems absurd to determine the sword's ownership in this way. You've been at my brother's side for decades. You could not trust his choice as a friend? Friend. We have fought side by side, but we have never been brothers. Neither sword nor spear, nor gun nor cannon can harm your kind. How could you truly understand the camaraderie of man? You remain outsiders to it all. Outsiders? You could say that about me, but it seems unfair to apply it to my brother. Man and beast are different. This has never changed. You know how the Imperial Court views your kind. An alliance can only endure with when the two sides are equals. One should not wield power beyond one's control. I'm not in a position to trust him unconditionally, for I'm not his equal. I'm surprised you would be so frank. But perhaps you underestimate yourself. Zhuo Zhonlao gazes wordlessly at the great desert beyond. The two shadows there are like two drops of ink on a great scroll. Heaven and earth are silent. It all feels like it happened yesterday. We partook in more than just war. We hunted, drank, and sang together. Yumen is still Yumen. Why is it that you have worries enough to turn your hair white? Does the sight of those two remind you of the golden days? You say that man and beast are different, but look, a man has chosen to challenge this great barrier. Does your heart not race at a clash like that? Nat. Loosen that brow of yours. Care for a drink? We could even make a wager. Good. You finally agreed to fight me. Sorry for making you wait. It's only been 3 years. I could wait longer if you have unfinished business. 3 years ago. Hold it! That was just one exchange. It was enough. We traded 3 blows in that exchange. Someone could have been hurt if we were using our full strength. But you're holding back, and I can't use my full strength either. That's no fun. Sparring is about restraint. Screw sparring, screw restraint. Let's have a proper fight. All the kung fu under the heaven evolved in the struggle of life and death. You're not talking like the top-ranked fighter on the Yumen Arena Board of Fame. You have a point, however. Fine, I know you have a job to do. You're not in a position to go all out. When are you quitting? We'll put this off until then. Well, I have no idea when that might be. Guesstimate it for me. Could be 3 years, 5, 10, maybe more. All right, I'll wait. You're right here after all. I'm not worried you'll run away. There's always more to do. This is the right time and place for the fight that I owe you. I should explain that I have my own reasons for doing this. Oh? There's a tradition of military commanders sparring before their troops prior to a campaign in order to inspire the men. Yumen is about to fight a catastrophe. This bout between you and I will inspire the warriors of this city. Suits me just fine, as long as you're not worried about losing face when I make you eat dirt in front of the whole city. It's been many years since someone challenged me like this. It's been many years since I've seen someone worth challenging like you. Ready to give me your all? Hold nothing back. Victory and defeat lie in the hands of man. Life and death lie in the hands of heaven. Did they start yet? Hey, take it easy, you're injured. I'm a trained kung fu fighter, I'm not so fragile. There's plenty of time to rest later, miss. Excuse me. I missed the fight and I may never see one like it ever again. It's not that big a deal. The feline is your dad, right? The good-for-nothing old man you were talking about? I definitely see the resemblance. Like father, like daughter. In what way? The way you look before a fight. Like you're gonna eat someone. I I hear the Grand Master's skills are almost supernatural. He hasn't fought in public in years. Some even say that he invented half the kung fu under heaven. And I hear your dad defeated that evil woman last night. Who do you think will win here? Silly question. Of course you want your dad to win. That's his business, not mine. I just want to see for myself how big the gap between us is. Mr. Liang, I didn't think you'd be interested in such violent business. I ought to be here as a friend. I wonder if he achieved his goal of making a name for himself. Look at the number of eyes on this fight. It'll be the stuff of legend no matter who wins. A lunatic must answer to himself before telling others who he is. We must all answer to ourselves. You? I was wondering for Waai Pei. Before trouble found me. I went back to my old detective tricks and found out a few things. I have a good idea of what you're planning. There's probably a reason why trouble finds you. The big brother must look after his siblings. What did you hear? Do you know that the Grand Master is Ling's eldest brother? Seems like it's being kept a secret. True. Retrieving the Grand Master's sword is, of course, an urgent matter. The bigger headache is what to do with it afterwards. You don't want it at Yumen. Perhaps you speak for the Sui Regulator. Perhaps it's your judgment as advisor to Yumen. But the Lord Exorcist won't let it go. You needed someone who could take the sword, someone both sides can live with. You just happen to have an oath brother who is a kung fu master, and he just happens to be in Yumen. Didn't take much effort to guide the girl to the clinic where Waai Pei worked in order to ensure his involvement. From Changshu to Yumen, you always get your old friends to solve your problems. Isn't that a little lazy? I don't have many friends. Question for you. When did you start thinking about getting Waai Pei involved? Never mind. No need to tell me. No matter how many strings you pulled behind the scenes, it was always his lifelong wish to fight the best and become the best. He might even thank you for setting the stage if he knew. We're all doing what we wanted to, even if things often don't turn out the way we want. After all these years, perhaps he's the one who's closest to his oldest dreams. Achieve one thing in life. Easy for him to say. Mr. Waai came despite his injuries. He would have come as long as there was a single breath left in him. He doesn't care if it's the last thing he does. I know Mr. Waai came to Yumen to challenge the Grand Master, and the Grand Master accepted the challenge. The Grand Master has spoken of it from time to time, and I can tell you that he's no less looking forward to this than Mr. Waai is. All kung fu fighters thirst for a good opponent. It's an obsession, a strange one. It's a natural, yet it's natural that you don't understand. It's the same reason that you follow the Grand Master. You can actually be kind of astute at times, you know that? I'll head down now. It's two masters at work. Nothing in your records will come close to what you are about to see. I'll try to be detailed. Just keep your distance. You don't want to get hurt. Of course. Earlier that day. Today's the day, isn't it? Are you ready? The veterans say Yumen has been through many crises in the past, but nothing on this scale. Not even you know what's going to come of it, do you? Things are more complicated than meets the eye. From Jiangxi to Yumen, how many times has she seen danger, seen her life hang by a thread, yet she did not die in the wilderness, nor did she become like the Shanhaizhong. What is it that has kept her going? The city has treated me well. I should do something for it. Before that, however, I must answer to myself. You said that you would fight me whenever I felt up to it. I did. Strike me if you're ready. Chubai takes a step back, focuses, and raises her sword. She knows that he knows her every move like the back of his hand. An eye for an eye. Is there wisdom in the saying, or is it simply a result? For many people have fed the Finns by the river fort. How many people? Should their families seek revenge on her father? How many people would seek revenge on her if she killed this one in front of her for the sake of her own revenge? The cycle of vengeance never ends. Should it really be hate that keeps her going? How long has she been thinking about that question? The 5 years that she has been around this man, seeing all that she saw. No longer than that. Her sword has seen blood every step of the way from Jiangqi to Yumen. However, would she judge those dead by it? That is why she came to Yumen, for revenge and to learn. Exactly what must be exacted. Exact what must be exacted and discern what must be discerned. The sword is pulled back abruptly. It leaves her hand and falls into a nearby ditch, sending a pack of foul beasts scattering in all directions. The violence of the move almost injures her, showing none of her usual grace in practice or battle. Her expression, however, is one of satisfaction. That will do. The sword has been thrust. It couldn't have killed you. Correct. I didn't let go of vengeance because I can't kill you, though. It's just not worth my sword anymore. When did she find the answer? It seems you've made great strides in the past 3 years. We've said too much. Chongyue stops mid-sentence. His opponent is injured. A few more words would give him time to adjust his breathing, but he soon realizes that such kindness would be an insult to his opponent. There is no such thing as a truly fair fight. Cast away irrelevant thoughts and give all for victory. That is what fair is. Let's begin. Wai Tianpei clutches his fist, feeling the lines etched into his palm. They are the marks of 40 years of kung fu practice, his pride, his very emblem. He's waited 3 years for this fight, but the preparation for it began on his first day studying kung fu. The martial artist always aspires on the top. The wind is still, the world is silent. The word. Interesting. All right, here we go.
Good.
Okay, so we
I
protect
suppose
from
you've
this
already
area.
got a plan.
I believe I plopped her
Create a
here.
diversion.
Death.
Rock and roll!
Simple and clear.
Anything outside the plan, I'll judge for myself.
Simple and clear.
Okay, we'll withdraw her.
A valiant struggle, but you won't get away.
Popping Texas down.
Got
Okay,
it.
so we got 48 enemies here. We're already
Awaiting
on
orders. You can't stop me.
6 here. Ooh, this thing.
I'll be careful. Hikari ga kono chi o mamori nuku. Please give your orders, Professor. Temperature stable.
Awaiting orders.
Solid positioning. Apple pie. Roger.
Ami there to cover for them. But I'm gonna need like Degenbreaker or somebody out.
How soon do you want them gone?
valiant struggle.
Still soaking yourself in the past? Shut up.
Oh, beautiful.
Tell me.
I think I can remove Pookie.
There we go.
Let me get them healed.
私がついてる。
And what purpose do you think your sacrifice will serve?
That's not a good thing.
Got it. Cut them to pieces.
Still mulling things over, Doctor. Use your weapon.
We'll let her insta-delete. 39, 40, 41, 42. So that puts us at 42.
Professor?
If they get through, I've got her who's ready to blast there. They're already damaged pretty well. She's climbing. Ami is going to be out for a moment. Oh, that picked up one of those.
Still mulling things over, Dr. Perfectionist.
Gotta wait for them to come closer.
Got it.
Professor?
Awaiting orders. Shut up.
Okay, Ami has got that one. Let her finish that one off. Get the enemy, 45, 46, and this one's got somebody in it.
You want my opinion? Use your weapon.
All right, beautiful. Beautiful. Let's go. Last one. Take him out. Ha 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 ha. Yes. Whew, I didn't think that stage would be this easy because I remembered about them little vehicles and they are a pain. I forget who I put down there before that I was beating them with, but that's awesome. On my main account, that is. I saw two children fight over a fruit in that blurry mist. They were about the same age and size, but one was quicker and punched heavier, and he knocked his foe to the ground. He gets the fruit. To the victor go the spoils. I saw that hunt. Humanity declared war on them. Mortals brought down gods that they could not even fathom at the price of millions of lives. Victory or death. What is the meaning of Kung Fu? Strength, skill, an instrument of killing? One man, no matter how strong, can never overcome an entire army or battleship. Is assassination and backstabbing a kind of skill? Why pick one's means of killing? Why study it as a school? Searching for an answer before this obstacle, I forsook my power, sealed myself into a sword, and built myself a human body. How long has it been? How long has it been since the last time I encountered an opponent against whom I could give my all? Round 8. The Grand Master takes one step back before his opponent's assault. Wai Tianpei's fists are exhausted by the time they reach the Grand Master's palm. For 40 years I've studied Kung Fu. I have never seen a mountain I could not overcome, never known defeat. My first Shifu told me he had nothing left to teach me after 6 months. Each subsequent Shifu that I studied under sent me away after a year at most. There are hundreds of Kung Fu schools under heaven, but what use are so many moves when you only have one pair of hands, one pair of feet? I will practice my own Kung Fu. Heavier, faster, more precise. But this man before me... Round 9. Wai Tianpei strikes at the Grand Master's flank, cutting off his retreat. Grand Master stays still and strikes back with equal force, cutting off Wai Tianpei's attack. The outcome is already clear. Who could take 9 hits from this man? If he is a rock, then he is not facing a bigger rock, but a deep pool, a pool with many rocks at the bottom. How can one defeat Kung Fu itself? But he is still standing. Waai Tianpei digs deep into the sand, focusing his mind and breath, breathing out, breathing in. Then he holds up his fists again. Move a mountain to fill a lake. If the pond cannot be filled, it only means that the rock is not big enough. Coughs blood. I lost. Round 10. The record keeper's ink brush stops. He does not know how to record this. It could not be simpler. Punch, hit, separate. No forms, no variations, just force against force, like 2 children fighting over food. The only difference is that they are fighting over victory. He has never seen Grandmaster wince in pain until now. Wind. The Grandmaster has won. Looks like you weren't concerned with victory or defeat. How could I not be? You're the first under heaven. But all it took was 40 years for me to get the upper hand on you once. Another 360 years and I'll beat you and become first under heaven. True, you would likely surpass me if you had another 300 years. But how can a mortal live that long? It's true that some people have lived 3 centuries using originium arts to extend their lifespans. I doubt that would be possible for Mr. Waai, however. You're the first among men. No need to wait 300 years. Grandmaster, Mr. Waai has fainted. Take him back to the barracks. Treat his injuries. Bangs on sheaths. Liang Jun, that man is your friend. Yes. Do you think he can be entrusted with the sword? In terms of skill and character, there is no other choice. Very well. What say you, Lord Exorcist? Zhuo Zhenlao says nothing. He gazes at the battlefield below. One lies on the ground, one is standing. The outcome has been decided. But the soldiers continue to bang their swords on their sheaths, a tradition among human soldiers when they watch a demonstration. It was a rare sight, a life and death struggle on a great battlefield, under the raging winds and sand. Even the sickly generals feel his heart race. Sickly general feels his heart race. How many times has he fought alongside him? Has he ever fought so hard against any other foe? If there is one to whom he can entrust the sword, it should be the Catastrophe. It's coming! I'm back, Shifu. Jiuyun limps towards a small mound by the nomadic city's route. The grave is new, with a few poplars on each side that she planted to mark the place. Fortunately, it is close to where she thought it would be. The city has not traveled far. She bows down and places the sword at the grave. I said I would bring the sword back. I did it. I went to the forge, saw the blacksmith, and the old pagoda tree. The city is very different from how I imagined. Is that a place that can be called home? Why are people not afraid to live on a great moving plate? They're not afraid that a catastrophe would destroy their houses, not afraid that they won't have food or water. I don't understand. I don't understand the people in the city, or you who left the city. I don't understand what kind of person he is. He is brave, strong, invincible. He is foolish, pathetic, alienated. You held his sword. You were close to him. The voice feels far away, as someone speaking to her. She suddenly wants to see what the sword is like. I'm leaving tomorrow. The borders have been peaceful lately. Things should be fine even if I'm away for a while. Such a hurry? Your condition, and that of some others, they can't wait. Just because there's no doctor who can treat it doesn't mean there's no one in Yan. If there's no one in Yan, perhaps there's another in these vast lands. I have a brother who may be able to do it. Take care while I'm away. You're not a doctor. Why don't you ask what the patient wants? My days may be numbered, but I want to see other places with the ones I have left. All I've seen in my years at Yumen is sand as far as the eye could see. I want to travel, while I can still ride a burden beast. To see Shangshu's famous mountains, to taste Jiangnan's famous freshwater chestnuts. With someone, hopefully. You're sick. You need to stay put. What do you know about being sick? You've never been sick or injured, have you? Not only that, we've known each other for so long, but I've never seen a crease appear on your face. We're not the same. I'll be leaving. Don't think too much. Get some rest. Is this a dream? She draws the sword. The ancient sword leaves its sheath. Its shape is somewhat unusual, but otherwise it is an ordinary sword, not even sharp. Through the blade, she sees the clouds in the sky and the shadow of the sun. So this is how you separated yourself from it. So obvious it was hardly worth thinking about. You were the one who became most like man. The sliver the ghost leaves quietly. He has found the answer. I must go. I need to return the sword and ask him face to face. Why are you sleeping on the walls, Miss Ling? A catastrophe is coming. Get down and get to shelter. Leave this to us. What's the situation? The 4 guardians have been deployed, as have the sand filters and originium scrubbers. They are Yumen's first and firmest line of defense. Given the size of the cloud formation, however, the 4 guardians will not be able to completely shut the storm out. Dust and originium particles that get through will form a secondary storm. The scale would be equivalent to a small catastrophe. Following the evacuation, all the plates on the east side have been retracted to avoid impact, but the plates of the inner city are immobile and will be impacted by the second storm directly. How many are you? The Imperial Astronomical Bureau has 12 casters stationed at Yumen. How are you deployed? 6 here, 6 in the inner city. Are 6 enough to protect the inner city? Lord Exorcist has deemed both locations critical. The Imperial Astronomical Bureau will do its best. Go to the inner city, leave this place to me. The danger is the same. Go. Last time I saw a scene like this was decades ago when I first came to Shangshu. Yumen doesn't have brews as refined as Husong and Guijing, but Leidatsi is good stuff. Heavens, look at the scene you're treating me to. A toast to you too, Heaven. There's no goblet for me to throw right now. A crack of thunder so close it makes everyone's heart skip a beat. Oh, wow! Their clouds are above the city in an instant. Thick masses of air pull the sky down while darting arc lightning looks almost alive. Raindrops evaporate the money they form. The air is so dry that the slightest contact could set something on fire. Yumen serves as the flint. A single sight, as far as the eye could see. How overwhelming, how terrible, how magnificent. Come! The lantern lights, the poet stands up and drinks her fill from her flask. The sandstorm and thunder rage as earth and heaven become one stage. Throw a goblet to the setting sun, toast the tower with sand overrun. All of heaven and earth in the flask. Ooh, that's a big storm. Increasing output. Keep it up, the dams must run at maximum power. The sand sluices have never been asked to churn so much sand, even with Yumen at full speed. With the city stationary right now, running the sluice dams at full power without normal offloads would result in very high wear. No time to think about that. If all the sand and originium dust that the wind Aegis blocks piles up in front, it's going to swallow Yumen's foundation, jamming the whole city. Here they come. Maybe you should worry about yourself right now. What the? The sky is unrecognizable. Mr. Jing, why are you here? Everyone should have evacuated to the west side. I came back. Those Shanhaizhong Wangbadon are using the chaos to sabotage our catastrophe defenses and harass the people. We caught them in the act a few times. That's a job for the patrol battalion. Can the patrol battalion deal with the catastrophe and the Shanhaizhong at the same time? Why do we carry swords if all we do is hide at a time like this? Hey, I help. You're a tourist, there's no need to. Yan saying, repay drop of water with river. You buy me many drink, I repay. I like your spirit. All right, hop on. But what's most important to Zhuo Zhonlao? Protecting Yumen. Catch. Freshly brewed, laid out sea. The old man said to give you guys a treat. Mr. Meng was... No need for any of that. All we need to know is that he died at the hands of these Wangbadang. Pah! These Humanites don't forget to take all their valuables, even when they're fleeing for their lives. Didn't forget. There are a few jewelry shops on the street. They can't very well have taken all of it. You can't just pass up a little looting, can you? The other team has gone to close the sand sluices. Don't forget the mission. I would never. But they're ready for us. A bunch of ruffians who hadn't had a real fight in 20 years, satisfying themselves with fighting in the ring for show. Useless rabble. Here they come. An impressive sounding name won't change the fact that they're just a bunch of thieves and bandits. Useless rabble. They're spreading out and trying to cause as much chaos as possible. Don't let them get away. I need a group to cut off Kanxing Street. It leads to the west side where the civilians are. I go. We'll have a drink and kill some bad guys. Time to defend their home. Why does the trip back feel so far? The wind and sand are getting... Oh, there he is. Found you. Good thing your footprints weren't completely wiped away. You aren't lying about planning to come back to Yumen. Why are you here? To get the sword back, and to make sure you're safe. Why are you hurt as well? No time to talk about that. We need to get back to the city. You were lucky to survive the jump down the sand sluice. Your injuries will take a long time to heal, though. Here, hold on to me. What is it? I must be seeing things. There couldn't be anyone else out here at a time like this. Let's go. Ooh, Shadow Guard, the Lungman Shadow Guard. Yumen has come to a full stop, slightly off the expected location. The catastrophe has reached the eastern side of Yumen. Unable to hail Lord Waai at this time. We're climbing. They're there with, Lin and her father. Though the path may sever, let thy spirit not falter. Spring chill presses armor, autumn frost dapples Yumen's barrier. That long dream laments era and now. Just look at Miss Ling. The excitement is rubbing off on this rat. They want to close the sand sluices. They know how important it is right now. Do the Shanhaizhong have people with engineering expertise? You could jump now, or I could throw your corpses down after I kill you. Miss Chu, I heard Zuela came here, so I thought I would help out as well. Looks like I came at the right time. You, Shanhaizhong once sent an invitation to the river fort of Zhongqi, but we didn't get a response. How ironic that you've chosen to take the side of the Yanese army. You're well informed. Of course, we pay attention to those who walk our path. Cut the crap. Have you forgotten that you came to Yumen for revenge? Good question. Unfortunately, I've already found the answer. She raises her sword again. This time, there's no need for her to pull back. The man from Sargon swings at the Shanhaizhong member trying to attack the soldiers, forcing him back. His Yanese is mediocre, but his attack is clean, powerful, pragmatic. Nice! So you weren't exaggerating back at the inn. You've got a couple of tricks up your sleeve. No couple of trick, only one trick. Grandmaster taught me when he came Sargon, but only one move. They're still not backing off, even after losing so many. Are they not afraid to die? What happened? It's the sound of the storm impacting the wind aegis. Be careful. This is a bigger catastrophe than any human has encountered before. I don't want to think about the Imperial Astronomical Bureau casters who are taking the full brunt of it. The catastrophe is raging! They have their hands full dealing with it. Don't waste time here. Taking these out and retreat to the evacuation shelters on the west side. Gotcha! Where do you think you're going? We knew you were coming this way. Round them up! We'll leave the catastrophe to the Imperial Astronomical Bureau casters. These Wangbadan are ours. The sky is broken. Gravel and rock beyond reckoning clash. Roll and rub against each other in the maelstrom, screeching like metal on metal. The storm bears down on a tower, then hits a wall of arts. Hold your ground. Form up! That's the secondary storm after it passes through the wind aegis. Mr. Lin, what are you doing here? Lending a hand. We can handle this. You should go back. To where? How am I supposed to get my afternoon nap when there's a commotion like this out here? The originium scrubbers in the city can stop the particles from spreading, but the impact of the storm itself must be met with originium arts. One more warm body. Lin steps forward. He has already taken off his coat. I've manipulated sand for decades. Might as well find a coffin to sleep in now if I can't make myself useful at a time like this. Or are my little tricks just a burden to the great Tianxis? Just be careful, sir. That's awesome. Make way for Mr. Lin. That's right. Dad, I've been looking for you. Perfect timing, Yuhsia. You're hurt. Will that get in the way of anything? Watch, you still have much to learn when it comes to arts. The storm converges again in midair and approaches once again. Dirt and rocks spin chaotically on the outer edge while the air has been so compressed at the center that sparks are flying. The heavens roar, then silence. A wall of sand rises, filling every gap in the wall of arts, pushing it slowly but steadily forward. 1 meter, 3 meters, 10 meters. Lin stands at the center of the casters, a great tree that budges for no storm. Oh my! Look at the Rat King. Kinda reminds me of Master Splinter from Ninja Turtles. I've never seen arts like this before. To achieve such stability over a large area. It's coming again! Lin Yuhsia has never seen the full extent of her father's arts. It has never been needed for his enemies. The Shadow of Lungmen leads a regular life. Taking walks through the streets, enjoying a bowl of finball soup, visiting people living and dead. Most of the time he is smiling, nonchalant. There are few things that make him bare his fangs. He looks much smaller without his coat. Yuhsia can see his arms begin to tremble, like thin branches that could be broken by a stiff wind at any time. Help Mr. Lin down! He has taken the brunt of our 4 waves of originium storms. He can take no more! He coughs blood. Dad! I just hope this will be resolved quickly without delaying your trip to Victoria. It's not your own choice if you haven't seen another path. Those are the kind of things that Dad always said. Then Yuhsia did not want her father to set her path. Perhaps she has not made a decision yet. Dad is already old. He was not joking when he talked about retiring. When the old fall, it is time for the young to take their place. The logic is illogical yet immovable. Yuhsia steps forward and takes her father's place, shielding him behind her. Miss Lin! Don't speak, you're all injured. Adjust your breathing. Here it comes. Keep your eyes forward.
Weaklings.
All right, WB-9. Let's start it. Here we go. Boss fight time. This one's gonna be rough. It wasn't bad with my other account, and I'm getting better with this one, but I don't know how this is going to work. I know this one's a pain in the butt. Kind of. It's not too bad, it's just very annoying. A thick layer of gravel is formed on the streets. I actually don't think it was as bad as the one in the Dagenbreaker event. The Herald boss. I think that one was harder, but this one's still annoying. Most of the south side has been spared the effects of the catastrophe, but at the peak of the storm, there was nowhere in Yumen where the sun could be seen. Crack. The lock is broken. The furnace has been toppled, racks scattered everywhere, the yard littered with broken bricks and tiles. The master of the house will never return to clean this up. Yet the tree still stands. Grand Master, thank you for coming here to the Sword Forge. The sword has been found, but she insists on returning it to you personally. I need to talk to you. Go ahead. It's been more than a decade since I was last here. It's like coming home, even though we're in the same city. About Mr. Meng, there's no need to say anything. He knew it was wrong to put the whole city in danger. I reckon he planned to atone for it from the beginning. Still, my ill-considered actions have alienated the Zhonghu heroes of Yumen. I will speak to my father and accept my discipline once this crisis is past, and I will indemnify any losses suffered by the Sword Forge, as well as the costs of any repairs. Lord Exorcist is fair and just. He will give them a proper answer. However, the events that transpired were sudden, and some misunderstanding is understandable. As for whether you lost your calm and stepped out of bounds, I will let you be your own judge. I did what had to be done. My conscience is clear. I'm sure you understand that the Shanhaizhong are more dangerous to Yan than the Fernmuts. The Fernmuts may be powerful, but we won't. We won the hunt 1,000 years ago. Yan is even stronger now. There is nothing to fear. True. Times have changed. What is truly frightening is the shadow that had been cast on people's hearts since time primordial. Heaven and earth, the moon and stars, wind and rain, the changing of seasons. It is unfathomable, beyond our reckoning. The Fahrenmuts were the same to the people of the time. Ignorance breeds fear, which becomes twisted into religion. To those madmen, we are the outsiders. We are the traitors. Religion is simply another kind of obsession. The Shanhaizhong's activities never waned, even after the Fahrenmuts faded from the public eye. In the past centuries, they have absorbed bandits, pirates, robbers, and other sorts of villains. They use the Fahrenmuts as a shadow to conceal their activities. Sui regulator records indicate that the Shanhaizhong have done unmeasurable harm in the name of the Fahrenmuts. The scale of their deeds is so widespread that complete elimination is impossible, and the vileness of their acts is horrifying. They have started to reach out to the proxies of your kin. They were thankfully foiled by the timely intervention of the Sui regulator. I doubt my siblings want anything to do with such disciples. However, the Sui's true form stirs from slumber. Yumen returns to its motherland, and the Shanhaizhong have infiltrated the city. It is a complex web, too complex to be a coincidence. Do you mean? All under heaven is the offender's go-board. The Shanhaizhong may simply be a piece in his game. That's a serious accusation. Is it the Sui regulator's official stance? Or perhaps the Shanhaizhong have already made contact with the Sui. Therefore, the Sui regulator sees this as the greatest Fahrenmut threat that Yan has faced in history. Yes. Tracking the sword, dealing with the criminals, hunting the Shanhaizhong, you are the youngest candleholder of the Sui regulator, and son of the Lord Exorcist of Yumen. In this matter, your burden has no equal. Yes. In a world of chaos, decisions of life and death must be swift and forceful as thunder. Err on the side of going too far. Better to be too harsh than too lenient. That is what you think. Yes. There is a way, young Zhuo Zhuanlao in you. However, you seem to have forgotten Zhuo Zhuanlao's last instructions when he ordered you to do 3 things in 3 days. Keep this secret and do not disturb the people. What was the ultimate goal of the Imperial Court when the Sui regulator was established to deal with the Fahrenmut matters? Why is Yumen returned to the motherland, its survival at stake? It's for the people in this city right now. The people whom you brought back to the camp. For all the people. Never forget what all you do is for. Maybe you were right in this instance, but a position of authority and holding the power to make decisions also means holding the power to kill or harm. Some mistakes can never be undone. Though it shouldn't have been me to tell you all this. Thank you for your guidance, Grandmaster. The catastrophe rages on. Go and help. Boss, everybody get in here! This out-of-the-way alley is a blind spot in the patrol battalion's search routes. We're safe for now. Finally, a breather. Is this all the men we have left? We lost the rest on the street. The Yumen soldiers moved much faster than expected, setting up watch around the catastrophe defenses in key roads in a very short time. Those guards and brawlers who appeared out of nowhere. Cow, they were tough. What about the die beast we sent out? None returned. The other groups are probably none better off if they were captured alive. A rabble of greedy crooks who were recruited to not leave a trail to begin with. They won't give anything important. We've done what we came for. Let's go while we still have the catastrophe before Yumen can cut off our escape. By the way, where's the master? Where is she at this crucial time? She's... You. I took your sword. Now I'm giving it back. Since you returned it, I'll say you borrowed it. I want to ask you a few questions. I'll only give it back after you've answered. I know you're much stronger than I am, but don't try to take it by force. Very well. Ask. Why don't you look anxious at all? Don't you care about the sword? A worldly possession, one that cannot be easily discarded. I wouldn't say I didn't care. Either you care about it or not. Shifu is right. The way that you beat around the bush can be annoying. The one who said that. Is the sword called Chongyue? Sure. Chongyue is my name. Shifu often talked about this sword, but maybe it's not just the sword that she wanted to see. For the last couple of days I've been thinking, is this Shifu's home? Shifu taught us how to fight, taught us knowledge from nomadic cities, how to build sturdier houses to stand against the sandstorms, and how to listen to the pulse of the land in order to plant crops and dig for water, even in the barrens. The nomadic city that Shifu talked about was tall and strong. I saw how the people turned back even in all-consuming catastrophe, when they stood together with each other. Everyone should have a place to call home. If home lets us rest without fear of disaster or having to chase the seasons, then why did Shifu leave 20 years ago? The man does not answer. She was very ill, but she taught you Kung Fu. We and Asa are gifted with strong bodies. Shifu said that when one has a home, one must learn to protect it. We learned quickly so that Shifu would not have to demonstrate over and over again with her sickly body. My people thought about taking her away from the barriers to get treatment. Shifu always answered, but how draining would the journey be? I would rather see how the Lei Daozi I taught you to brew is coming along. Did you ever find a doctor? The man shakes his head. Not in the places I looked. I was going to look elsewhere when I received an urgent message from Yumen. The Shanhaizhong were wreaking havoc in Yumen. They asked me to return as soon as possible. So Shifu's illness could not have been treated, even if she never left. Yes. Shifu said that the cycle of life and death is something that everyone goes through. A little longer or shorter doesn't change anything. What really separates us is the age between life and death, and even more cruel illness. What can be seen, but cannot be helped, merely makes one troubled. The first batch of Lei Daozi was finished just before Shifu passed away. She drank it with us and heard us sing a song with no name. It was an old song that the Inessa sang to our dead kin to put their souls to rest. Shifu asked what point there is to singing a song for her if she can't hear it. Let me hear it while I still can. Good, she didn't die alone. I was eating at the inn yesterday and saw that people were preparing to see you off. Did you? Are you leaving? It's been more than 100 years. It's time to go. You've been here so long. Isn't this your home? Many people's homes are somewhere else in Yan, but they stay here to protect this city. But where it's going, I can't go with it. Would you have gone to look for Shifu if she was still alive? Spring comes and goes, leaving the autumn heart despondent. Such is mortality. You were like the Anasa. Anasa, those without roots. In ancient Sarkaz, maybe. The words and intonation are indistinguishable from a native. The Anasa girl knows, however, that he is not one of her kind. He has simply gone to many places and met many people. Forget it. Here's your sword. I have nothing more to ask. The man never answered any of the questions. He neither answered nor dodged them. The Anasa suddenly understands how her Shifu must have felt when she left. I'm going home. Nope, she collapsed from her injury. The Anasa girl falls to the ground. She's passed out from sheer exhaustion. Her injuries. She pulled the sword. The ancient sword leaves its sheath. It looks no different save for the vestige of an old friend, almost gone now. The medium is the jade on her forehead. She used to wear it, saying that it calmed her mind and warded off evil. I see. A move decades in the making. But a poor one if the sword was the only goal. One in the city? He had his eye on the corner of the board, ignoring the other. Ha! So this is what it is. This is how you have fallen. How amusing. I want to see how you swallow it. The shame. Sui? First, the Lord Exorcist's tent, now the central room of Yumen's inner city. Have you never been taught that it is rude to come uninvited? You got your sword back. Just now. Looks like he has discovered your secret. So you have met my brother. You separate that part that belonged to it and sealed it away, while he wants to take its place. The attitude with which the two of you treat it, what you are doing is bold and interesting, but ultimately foolish and pointless. Perhaps no more than what you are doing right now. You're not here for the catastrophe, for the city, or for what I hold in my hands right now. You made all this mess just to ask for directions. You wanted to know where the Sui is. How dare you compare those things to it? You are slow on the uptake. It slipped my mind as to who would be so interested in it, other than the Imperial Court and my siblings. You have forgotten what you used to be. Only a Fernmut would seek out another. Long time, no see. An utterance with a million connotations behind it. Poignant lament, cold sarcasm, or seething anger. 1,000 emotions exploded at once, then dissipated. They dig wounds in the depths of memories immemorial. In the time beyond reckoning, it's an it. They engaged in a dialogue from afar as such. I came back to this land to settle our debts. But what right does a fragment sealed in a trinket have to engage in dialogue with me? I want to see you as who you truly are. There's something I'm curious about. You fled after the hunt, not to be heard from all these years. Why have you chosen to return to Yan at this time? It was my brother who awakened you. As for the Shanhaizhong that appeared with you, they, just made some company on the way. I encountered them in the desert. I shared the forming catastrophe that I saw, and made a little show of power. They were surprised that someone could know the Fernmut so well. They were convinced that I was a herald of the Fernmut. Some are pretentious, some sincere, but all strive to prove their faith to me, worshipping bits and pieces that they claim to have come from the Fernmuts. They curse their own kind and imagine overthrowing all order. They look down on mankind, utter meaningless words, and implore me to communicate their faith. Little do they know that the object of their faith itself stands before them. If your encounter with the Shanhaizhong was by chance, and you had intended to sneak into the central room all along in order to lock on to the Sui's location through Yumen's navigational coordinates, why are the Shanhaizhong here? To destroy Yumen? Not very likely. Until they met you, they didn't know there would be a timely catastrophe in Yumen's path. I'm not interested in mankind's petty machinations. I just needed some hands to cause chaos. In human terms, you manipulated your followers. And to become infected with hysteria and start thinking about one's own existence, even denying it. Only slightly more amusing than those who remain foolish from their first moments to their last. That is to say, not very amusing. What would they think if they knew their god thought so little of them? Since when have we needed faith in such puny beings, the faith of such puny beings? Except for fools like the Sui. Leaving so soon. I spared some time for you, only because you are its fragment. I've already wasted too much time. Should have realized the other day when we fought. The scent of flowers and the sight of spring were too real to be achieved by Originium arts. Sui regulator records speak of a beast by the name of Ya, who cuts away the seasons and holds them at its bosom. You have its memory, yet you dare call me in the human way. Ya! What a disciple name, just like Sui! Cuts away the seasons. Humans measure time in such silly ways. Whoa, what is this? It is no illusion. An illusion cannot be so real. It ceases to exist in some other fleeting time. It exists in this never-ending present. Time has stopped. 8,000 years of spring, 8,000 years of autumn. A maze that has no ending. Time is not stopped. A lone boat on a river, each one standing at one end. A ripple spreads from the end of the boat. Excuse me. You're trying to make me stay. Yes, you demonstrate incredible mastery of space, but I must make you stay, even if I can't. Ooh. Fierce. I would have left Yumen by now if the things had gone according to plan. For you, neither Catastrophe nor Yumen can compare in importance to the Sui. For me, however, there is nothing that I care less about than the Sui. For you, all that is happening outside is a fleeting cloud. For me, it is the damaged walls, broken houses, suffering soldiers and civilians, and one old friend who died with regret. The catastrophe has not passed. They do not even know that you exist. Someone must make a stand for Yumen. I guess there's no one but me to do it. Let's go, Chongyue. Oh, here we go, baby, boss time. Let's go. All right, now we got to take her out, and I know she approaches from low here.
Our purpose is not violence itself, but rather the victory it brings.
Tactical support
All right, we put
system
her there. Ooh, which is a little bit low. Red there for now.
Incoming. Get ready, everyone.
Don't make this harder than it needs to be.
That's kind of pointless, but...
A valiant struggle, but you won't get away.
Do you think, Pookie? I kind of screwed up here, so...
Death is in my eyes.
Just try me.
Oh my, Xuxie's whooping her ass, alright. Well, I kind of screwed up because I shouldn't have put him up there. I need a caster or somebody up top. Or I need to put a defender or something up above as well. So let's try that again. I definitely need Yuhsia, but I need to back her up one space. So I can't put her right there. I need to put her...
Please take good care of yourself while I'm gone.
Right here.
Let me create a diversion. Stay safe, everyone.
From the shadows.
Yuhsia, cover me.
Hurry up.
Roger.
Amia can go there.
From the shadows. Hurry up.
Well, let's leave her there. That's probably not going to do anything. Here comes the boss.
Don't make this harder than it needs to be. And what purpose do you think your sacrifice will serve?
Texas can go up there. Okay.
It's safe here.
Let's put a medic there. Yeah, see, she splits and does this thing, which is annoying. But...
A valiant struggle, but you won't get away.
Pookie, get out there.
Got it.
A valiant struggle, but you won't get away.
半歩だって引かない。 Units charging. 私がついてる。Can you do it? Don't be afraid. Heal that wound in no time.
Strike them. Hurry up.
Alright, we lost Babel, which is one thing, but...
Careful.
They are like right outside of range. Oh no 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 no.
Got it. Cut them to pieces. You can go do something else.
Okay, that's not good. I lost that. They're moving way too fast. All right. We're gonna have to redo that. But we got a little bit of a plan, a little bit of stuff working there, and I like it. I like it. Let's try a practice run of something. I like the top where I have the defender and...
Let's go. Take them all by storm. Follow me. I already called dibs on the most lucrative real estate in hell, and you guys all get a share. Rest easy. Rock and roll. Ready to heal.
Let's begin.
Okay. Guess I probably could have stuck her out there, but...
Awaiting orders. Cut them to pieces.
Curiosity, let's stick her there.
悪い人に立ち向かうぞ。
戦に祈りを。心配しないで。
Awaiting orders.
I'll be careful.
Just try me.
And what purpose do you think your sacrifice will serve?
準備完了。
Rock and roll. There we go.
And what purpose do you think your sacrifice will serve?
Please give your orders. Temperature stable.
How soon do you want them gone?
Got it. Shut up.
This hunt has dragged
I don't
on
know
for
if this
too
will
long.
work, but
Don't be a please. Come to your senses.
all right, let's pound them away. She's not close enough yet.
Shadows.
Roger.
You want my opinion? You want my opinion?
Oh my.
You want my opinion?
Use your weapon to tell who you are.
Got it. Cut them to pieces.
Tell me, what's your plan?
Target marked.
Okay.
Apple pie. Please give your orders, Professor. Doctor, please come to your senses.
Well, I got heals there, but this is where problems happen because she starts to
Still
spawn
running
shit.
things over, Dr. Perfectionist?
And right here, like, okay, now I'm losing people. I can't stop them up there.
I'm fine.
See, everything was working there. I got through the first phase of the boss. So we've got a little bit more work to do. But I need to take a short break here real quick because I need to go do something, and then I'm going to come back and finish this. We might have to try a couple different strategies and things. Maybe I'll look up a strategy online or on YouTube and see what somebody else has done, maybe what Kyosten V's done, and I'll compare it to what I'm doing and see where I'm faltering. Because that first run sucked, second run there was much better. Excuse me, but I know those little pillar things that they set up need to be taken care of. Those are a problem, but I don't know. My only other thought is if I were to set up range above and have like all my range attacking downward across that whole stretch. I don't know. I don't know if that's worthwhile or, you know, because I could have them aimed both ways. Kind of maybe position everybody in the middle. We'll try that once. We'll try stacking everybody in the middle. But let's take a quick break. All right, guys, I just did an unimaginable amount of practice on WB-9. I actually used up, I'm down to 14 plans. And it took, I was working a few strategies of my own and doing as best as I could with what I had and doing stuff that I thought was working. And I got to a point where the closest I got was I eliminated everything on the bottom and I was down to just the top area. And all of a sudden, like the boss would float up and they would just be there and I couldn't finish the boss. They would send all kinds of enemies at me. Is what it is. I tried, I was struggling. Enough was enough. I ended up looking up strategies on YouTube, And I kind of took one from Kyosten V, used their strategy, which I'll put the link in the description below for that. So if you guys ever come across this event or you want to watch how he did it, you can. But I kind of altered how he did it and did it my own way. So it worked. So I'm going to go ahead and give it a try. We're going to do it this way, my way, kind of remix from his and take it from there. So first things first, we got to get Texas out here.
Exusie, cover me.
Exusie's going to go up top, baby. She ain't covering you. Sorry.
Got it.
All right, so.
You can't stop me.
All right, and I have her here. Okay, and them. Okay, perfect. Now that I've got that, I pretty much know what I'm doing the rest of the way here. Okay, Ifiel is going here. So I'm modifying that because see, she had Chen the Holiday there. I put Ifiel here. Doing things just a tad differently.
Got it.
Let's wait a second.
Awaiting orders. You can't stop me.
There we go.
Okay. But our sniper is gonna go here. So Ray here.
Yeah, you'll hear from me as needed.
Put her little creature there. Amiya's gonna go here, but I need her. Hold on to Ifiela's skill. We'll start kind of saving up some skills here. A little bit. Need medic there. This does get a little bit difficult, but
awaiting orders.
it worked very well.
Got it.
Is this one that we block her at.
Death is in my eyes. Apple pie.
I think I used this skill. I used Aya's skill there. That's alright. I don't know if I used Degenbreaker. I might have. Oh yeah, you know what? I did use her up top here, I think. Maybe? Debating.
How soon do you want them?
I think
gone?
I did, because I think I used her. Okay.
Got it. Cut them to pieces.
They're good up here.
Still mulling things over, Dr. Perfection. Use your weapon.
Oh, can't wait to get that specialized. Get that skill specialized and get her ready to deal some massive damage.
Still mulling things over, Dr. Perfection.
準備か心配しないで。
You want my opinion?
Got it. Cut them to pieces.
Are you afraid of me?
Uh-oh. What's going on here? That
You
altered.
want my opinion? Use your weapon.
Okay. They escaped there. That shouldn't have happened. That shouldn't have happened. I don't know how
Fall
that...
back now. I'll bring up the rear.
I don't know how that happened before. You know what? I might have screwed up there. I might not have done that. I might have put the defender out instead. I might have put the defender out. Or it may have been that I pulled Texas? Like I said, I altered this. I did this my own little way based off of how he did. So let me take a look here. We'll try it again.
Let's go.
That was the gist of it. That was the gist of it. The only other difference is like towards the end, I start loading up here. All right.
Awaiting orders. You can't stop me.
Ling defender. 12, 13, 14.
Follow me.
I'm gonna try holding off on the medic for now, just so that I can get some other stuff going on and deployed here. Fiala there. I probably could have aimed her to the right. Yeah, that might have even been better, but she helps down there, which is nice. But I guess that would give us all this coverage, all this range.
There we go.
That works. Got all that area covered. Mia went there. And put the other defender out there. 19, 20, 21.
Not one step forwards.
3, 4, 5, 6. Gotta block Ya here. Okay, clone's gone. I did have Pookie here because the boss sends that other clone.
Got it. Shut up.
Okay.
Professor? This may be a little hot. Apple pie.
This will do a lot of damage here.
Don't be afraid.
Got it.
There we go.
I know what you're thinking.
Okay, got that one. Alright. So this is going good so far. Keywords so far. Everybody's kind of doing their part here. We're almost to this point. This is starting to fade over here, which is going to help.
Got it. Shut up.
We gotta hold out. There's 10 more enemies after all these bonus spawns. Gotta keep wailing on the boss, which is almost down to the point of... Well, there it goes. She's recharging.
Awaiting orders.
Cut them to pieces.
Professor? Don't be up and heal that wound in no time. Professor? This may be a little hot.
Excuse me. Alright. Come on, Aya. We beat one part. Come on. Let's finish her off.
Please hold on.
Okay, the one part's done.
Here.
I can't do anything there. See, this is where things are going to get a little bit difficult, too.
How soon do you want them gone?
You'll have to try harder than that.
Awaiting your fire.
So they're halfway, but...
Show me what you got there.
Still managing convicts who will throw you off pace.
It's alright, Deacon Breaker's out.
There we go.
Awaiting orders.
You can't stop me.
Distract them.
Yeah, she
Hurry
won't
up.
work. It's alright.
Show me what you got there.
Poor Pookie.
Yeah, you'll hear from me as needed. Roger.
Put on me up there as backup.
Professor? This may be a little hot.
Ooh.
Awaiting orders. Distract them.
Alright, boss is gone. Now we just need to hold out against these guys, which I don't know if we can.
First aid box of medication is here. Take it.
See, I don't have anybody that's close. Wow. That's different. That happened a little bit differently.
Yes, sir.
Wow, I was very close. Very close.
Sorry.
Why did it work so well the
My
first time?
blade.
I actually had it. It was
Not
done,
sharp
and it was a
enough.
3-star clear. So let's try it once more because that worked. And I'm pretty sure I'm doing it the way I did before. Maybe I don't do the other defender down at the bottom.
Let's go. Take them all by storm.
Let's begin.
Excuse me. We'll point Ayafiala this way, though.
苦難と闇を恐れるべからず。
Okay.
Got it.
Shut up.
光がこの地を守り抜く。
Under.
Follow me. Apple pie. 戦に祈る光ある。
2021.
I'll be careful.
Let's keep pointing her this way because that's how I did before. I pointed her that way. It worked out nicely. $13, $14, $15.
There
Her
we go.
here.
Got it.
Shut up.
I had Bono Boy
Ready to
here.
heal.
Ray Ayafiala. Ray Amia.
準備完了。心配しないで。Apple pie. 準備完了。Yeah, you'll hear from me. as
Ami I
needed.
put there. It works pretty well to clear the bottom very easily.
Roger.
Maybe that's all, because I had her on the back end, but...
From shadows. Apple pie.
Because I might have put her out later. I don't remember for sure. But I had her out. I know that much. So maybe I didn't have the other defender here. Maybe that was just a backup idea.
Got it. Shut up.
Professor? Professor, temperature stable.
Took out the clone quickly, and she's already got that far. So we're making a different progress right now, and I like where it's going. Ami is about ready to launch her attack.
Awaiting order. Cut them to pieces.
We gotta keep hitting the boss, though.
Everyone believes in me.
Okay, there's Amiya. Amiya's attack. Oh, whoa, 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 what's going on there?
I'm right here, Doctor.
Why is this not working?
Not one step backwards.
Don't be afraid. Come to your senses.
That's strange. I know I did. Unless that's it. I know I put Amiya out, but I don't remember exactly what
Stop me.
point I did. Come on, I get your skill charged. I need that activated like now.
Professor, how's that?
Awaiting order. Shut up.
Come on, Cheriquazite-so. Please, come to your senses.
You can go do something else.
Awaiting your orders.
Fire! 準備完了。私がついてる。
Still mulling things over. Still talking yourself in the past.
Okay. Bottom half is done. Now it's the top half that we have to worry about. Well, I mean, we'll get these little strays here and there, but... Excuse me.
Awaiting order. Shut up.
私がついてる。
What we need is Ifyala to get her power up. As soon as she's able to charge.
You'll have to try harder than that. Awaiting your orders. The medication is here. Take it. Got it.
Distract them. Temperature stable. 準備完了。懺悔しなさい。Yes, you'll hear from me as needed. give you orders, Professor.
Alright. So now we're at a point, though. We've got to have healing
Don't be afraid. Please,
all around here.
戦に祈りを
Alright, Yuhsia. Oh, no! See, Yuhsia was taking her out for me. Finished her.
How soon do you want them gone?
Show me what you got there.
Alright, Pookie, you're staying there just in case. Now we're gonna lose. Damn it! Maybe we don't put Amiya out on the end the way I was. Maybe we hold her off. Maybe we hold her off. We double
Sound of muddy air, tracks of animal.
double
I'll keep a
defense.
watch that way.
家訓
Keep
苦難と
Amiya.
闇を恐れるべからず
We'll try that. We'll just try and modify it a little bit different. It worked perfectly fine first time I do it, but there's times where too where I like
光がこの地を守り
just tend to
抜く
forget what order I put people out on, you know?
Let me create a diversion. Apple pie.
戦に光あれ
We're gonna point her that
careful.
way. It's not gonna do me a bit of good if I'm not using her down there, like pointing her down that way.
There we go.
Ray's gonna go here, and we'll put a second defender here, and Pookie out here.
Got it. Shut up.
Yes, you'll hear from me as needed.
準備完了懺悔しなさい
Keep her. Excuse me.
Not one step backwards.
Okay. I've got dual defense.
Solid positioning awaiting orders
Not that it's gonna matter, but I want to try this.
Cut them to pieces.
And that's as far as you go.
death is in my eyes
Maybe I'll put her out just for now, just as a temporary. We'll use her, but maybe withdraw her after we use the technique.
Still mulling things over, Dr. Perfection? You want my opinion? Emotion is meaningless here.
Or we'll just let her get killed and blow her off
Awaiting
that
orders.
way. Yeah, we could do it that way. Temporarily. Let's borrow Ansel down here temporarily. Just to see.
準備完了心配しないで
Please give your orders. This may be a little hot.
戦に祈りを私がついてる
Okay, everybody stand well healed. This is already faded all the way back to there, which is great.
Don't be afraid! Come to your senses!
Shut up.
Rock and roll!
First aid box is fire! Professor? 戦に光あれ Roger.
Professor, temperature stable.
There we go. This is going to be a little bit different, but I was going to get this one out. She's done. This one's almost done.
You can go do something else.
Got it. Awaiting orders.
Here.
Awaiting orders.
Rock and roll!
You want my opinion? You want my opinion? Conviction will throw you off pace.
準備完了懺悔しなさい
Safe here!
Awaiting your fire!
Here. You lot stay up there if it gets risky.
Got it. Shut up.
All right, now, Xuzia. All right, boss is gone. Boss is gone. We got the boss. Now we just got to focus on the enemies. Okay.
Got it.
All right, now we need somebody. All right, all right, all right. Xuzia, come on, come on, come on, come on. Yes, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
Please give your orders. This may be a little hot.
Let her activate.
And that's as far as you go.
Let's go! There it is! Woo! Ha ha ha! Let's go! Chongyue. A second long journey through the vast void, awakening at the end of the journey. Regret, shame, anger, disorientation. But even more so, confusion. You want me to stay? Then answer my question for it. I came so far to find you. Did you know that those ants have dug through mountains and filled in rivers, calling the scars they leave upon the land cities? Is this frail and sick land still the cosmos that we had once lived and frolicked in? Did you know that the marks they left before they died remain on this despicable city they call Yumen? The ants have not repaired it for 1,000 years, calling it part of the glorious journey towards civilization. This is the city that your fragment has sworn to protect. It is it. I am I. Heaven's repressed anger. Let me guess, technique? The boat continues to sail. The plants on the banks grow shorter, pressed down by the snow. Do you remember how our consciousness journeyed the sleepless void and became the first living beings here? Do you remember how we watched the sun rise and set, giving order to time and objects, and heaven and earth took shape? Do you remember That eye which broke the heavens. We watched and clashed in the cosmos. The rivers turned red, the mountains leveled, the bodies piled up until they reached the clouds, becoming new mountains when they rotted away. Such a magnificent thing a true war is. Heaven's repressed anger. The boat continues to sail upon a river without end. The snow grows thick. Each question echoes like an avalanche. It is white up above and down below. The skies are so low that one only has to reach out to touch them. Why would one who has seen such an era care about the ants between its claws and the dust that they stir up? To deceive humanity, you meddled with cloud and rain, sent preposterous blessings from the heavens, helped the so-called true Lung triumph. How utterly meaningless. Why do you answer them again after 1,000 years? Harass, provoke, hunt, and kill your own kind. Compared to their ancestors, puny but brave, these ants are feeble, despicable, filthy. Why do you want to rule over them? Why do you want to become their god? Heaven's repressed anger. Since time immemorial, has our kind ever seen the shame that you have put yourself to? Answer me, my kin. You're angry. In all these millennia of slumber, it has ever been like you are now, swallowing the shame, chewing upon betrayal, seeking answers. That is why fragments like us were born. But we are not it. I cannot answer your question. I cannot understand your fury, just as you cannot understand mine. Fury? You will stand for humanity. Here! Draw the sword and maybe you can. I'm thinking how much you treasure this dimension. Born in spring, prosper in summer, wilt in autumn, fade away in winter. Cut away the seasons and hold it at one's bosom. I could imagine how you hurriedly cut away this little pocket and took it with you when you fled Yan 1,000 years ago. How you hide in a remote corner of the world, flipping through the pages again and again, licking your wounds before a snippet that will never fade. Since when have the Farenmuts become so sentimental? How is it different from those feeble, despicable, and filthy humans you speak of? 8,000 years of spring, 8,000 years of autumn, the snow never stops falling. This little corner will ever be itself. This is how you measure time. How silly. Days, months, years. Winter turns to spring, then to winter again. Time can be divided no matter how long. One mind, one will, one move, from equinox to solstice, to the next equinox. Humanity has always been so, breaking down life into tiny constituents and perceiving everything within those constituents. Flashy. The boat stops. A firm fist connects with Ya's chest. There's no extraneous motion, only the utmost simplicity. The ice and snow melt into a single point on the river. Ya falls from the boat and hits the cold, hard ground. This is what you learned after you forsook its power. You are not it. The man does not speak. He watches the human before him in its last throes. All the living things of the world do not look so different on the brink of death. Why, haven't you killed me? No point. You can reshape your proxy's body at will. Leave Yumen. We'll meet again. Sir, the initial damage report is in. Casualties? All civilians on the east side were safely evacuated to the west side. Half of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau casters deployed at the inner city to deal with the secondary storm were injured. Also on the scene were Mr. Lin of Lungmen and his daughter, Envoy Lin. Mr. Lin suffered serious injuries. He is being treated at the army hospital. All of Yumen owes Mr. Lin a great debt. Spare neither money nor manpower. Yes, sir. Damage to buildings? The west side was unaffected. A number of buildings were damaged by the storm in the east and north sides. The east side took the brunt of the storm. 2 of the 4 guardians were damaged beyond economical repair and have been detached by the Tianchi. Part of the foundational wall has been severely warped. Emergency repairs are in progress. About 60% of all city defenses have been damaged. The Tianchi's assessment. Initial estimates are that it will take at least 2 months before Yumen can move again, even with the full effort devoted to the repairs. 2 months. Slightly better than the pre-catastrophe estimates. Here are my orders. The entire army will remain alert for potential after-storms. Continue to assess the damage and treat the injured, erect emergency shelters, and house the evacuated population. Yes, sir! And the Shanhaizhong. They attempted to cause chaos by attacking city defenses and harassing the people. Most have been brought to justice by the patrol battalion's prompt intervention, assisted by civilian volunteers. Only a few managed to escape through the gaps in the damaged walls. I see. However, we have not found the Shanhaizhong leader responsible for the assassination attempt at the barracks. Search efforts are underway. She did not show herself. Strange, given her ability. What of the Grand Master? The Grand Master visited the Sword Forge. He has not been seen since. Why did you give me this sword? I want you to keep it safe. Consider it a request. So this was the sword that all the fuss was about. What is it, anyway? It is too many things. An artifact holding one of the 12 fragments of the Sui, witness to a relationship of love and hate. An old antique sword. A keepsake for our next fight. Just don't let anyone steal it again, or pawn it for money. Right. Sounds important. Well, if it's too much trouble, I'm just thinking. We don't really know each other that well. I know your name is Waai Tianpei. You have 2 wise friends and a talented daughter, and you are the only one who has ever gotten the upper hand on me, even once. Right. I know you're the only one I couldn't beat in my 40 years of training. I'll take the sword. I'll find you after I've trained for another 40 years. Right. I'll be waiting. Excuse me, Doctor? How much does the man who worked at your clinic owe you? I'll pay it. Nah, he worked that off ages ago. It was just a convenient excuse to take him in. Better for him to be in here mending people's bones than out there breaking them. Thank you for everything. Are you his daughter? Yes. Just found it hard to believe he had a daughter so polite and well-mannered. No offense, of course. Still, it takes some getting used to not having him around. How am I going to clean up all this sand by myself? I'll help. Left without a word again? Yeah. Some men never change. I'm not so anxious to find him this time around, though. Looks like you've made your own plans. I have my job at the agency, and school, and kung fu, of course. He'll get more than just a kick in the chin the next time I see him. Good for you, waifu. Good for you. Orders from above. We have our next mission. We'll go once we've rested and recovered. Too bad Yumen survived the catastrophe, while we took heavy casualties. The letter burns in the masked man's hand, quickly turning to ash, making a tiny corner of gold even more conspicuous. Paint from a special seal that only top Imperial Mandarins may use. Only 5 people have access to it. The man rubs the seal in his hand, crushing it into tiny pieces that fade into the sand. Our mission was to cause a commotion that would catch the Imperial Court's attention. We still have a use for Yumen. It will not do to lose it. We move now. We're not waiting for Master? We could hardly have done this without her. It's the Dai Beast. Master is back! Careful. Who in Yumen could have injured you like this? A man. What else did you hear? How long? 2 months. That's enough. I know where it is. What are you? Master, I'm afraid we must part here. Suit yourself. Just don't get in my way. There's always an end to the path, no matter how long. I've felt it since my awakening, growing ever clearer, what they call mortality. The wounds from that hunt will never fully heal. I hope you have awakened. I have little time left. I have few kin left. Let us settle this.
I was very impressed by everyone's performance.
Go.
It was fantastic.
So all that's left is the story. I'm gonna take another break here real quick, and then we'll come back and finish that up. Okay, first of all, we got stuff to collect. Oh, I guess I could have hit the collect all button. You know, the stuff that you don't look at and don't pay attention to because you're a derp nugget. I gotta get this stuff done so that I can farm here. Oh, I'm very close. Alright, so this is all I have left, and I'll have to farm for that stuff. But I only got a limited time, so let's go ahead and get this last bit done. This story. We finish it off now. How is Mr. Lin doing? The doctor says he'll be fine. It's just that his old injuries and overuse of arts have taken a toll on him. Dad is getting old, after all. Sometimes I forget how long Mr. Lin has served Lungmen. That is not like Chief Waai. As the symbol of Lungmen, Chief Waai always stays in the public eye. But Lungmen doesn't exactly want everyone remembering that there is a Rat King of downtown. I heard Wei Yanwu dragged you into this. It became my business when I chose to accept it, of my own accord. And it all turned out fine thanks to a certain someone. This incident also helped me answer a couple of questions. Are you going to Victoria? We could travel together. No, my plans have changed. I'm going back to Lungmen. What do you mean by going back to Lungmen? I'm staying. Throwing off your burdens sounds nice, but whatever you throw off, somebody else has to pick up. Whether one leaves or stays is up to oneself. But someone has to take care of Lungmen. I said that for me, but feel free to take it as a criticism if you want. Glad to see you still have the strength to joke. The daughter of the Rat King doesn't have to be the Rat King, but it doesn't mean she can't be. She could be a different sort of Rat King. This time, I made my own choice. There are slums in Lungmen, but there shouldn't be. It's a job that someone has to do, no matter how many years go by. The times are changing, but no one should be left behind. I believe that, when it's you saying it. By the way, what is it? Your turn to hem and haw? Have you seen Wei Yanwu these past few days? Are you leaving, Grandmaster? Yes. Once I've handed over my duties. Speaking of which, I must thank you. For what? You chose to trust Yumen, and you chose to trust my friends. It's all water under the bridge. We suffered some losses, but we should count ourselves fortunate that the situation remained under control. More importantly, I saw how the people here remained united, even after so many years. Yumen hasn't changed. Man will triumph over heaven. Now I can be at ease without leaving. There's no telling when we'll meet again. Take care, Grandmaster. You too. Beware the intrigue of the court. I will. By the way, you said something about Chen's swordsmanship yesterday. Skillful, but not yet the peak of perfection. Yes, I remember. Chen has talent, but she only just started learning the Qishao style recently. She's not mastered its true essence. Ah, you wanted to show off your skills. I said before that cloud-splitting sword is not actually Qishao's ultimate move. His fingers are his sword. A light breeze begins blowing out of nowhere, creating tiny ripples in the teacup. The ultimate move of Qishao, Heaven's Eye. The form? The Eye of Heaven sees all and nothing. The concept? Only when the clouds are parted is Heaven's wrathful eye revealed. One must free one's mind to learn the form. The obstacle? Let your heart guide the sword, never looking back. Turn around and the sword loses its sharpness, harming the user. Farewell. breeze continues to blow, long after the chair is empty. The man gazes into the ripples in the teacup until a smile appears on his face. I have never seen the likes of it. Chongyue is leaving Yumen. Come in. Grand Tutor, you understand that entering Yumen without permission is enough to carry the suspicion of treason on its own. Yes. Lord Waai was attacked and trapped in Yumen, while Yumen travels toward the capital. We were concerned for Lord Wai's safety. The urgency of the situation did not allow for deliberation. We have nothing but our lives to repay for Lord Wai's kindness. Did Wei Yanwu tell you to look for him in Yumen if he did not return in 3 days? That is so. I can tell you now that both the assassination attempt on Wei Yanwu and the crisis at Yumen were accidents. There is no need to worry. I understand. Where were you when the catastrophe happened? We operated in secret, eliminating insurgents stealthily. At least you did one thing you were supposed to. You may go. We are not subject to the Grand Tutor's punishment. As far as the Imperial Guard is concerned, all of you are already dead. I never saw you today. Yes, Grand Tutor. You knew. From the beginning. And you never had any intention of hiding it from me. Do you not reproach me for overstepping my boundaries? The situation remains under control thanks to the young envoy that you brought from Lungmen. The Grand Commandant will soon learn of this incident. Soon is not the word I would use. This is why I came to Yumen. There is no consensus on how we should deal with the bestial Sui. Whether we should prepare for war or reconciliation. It is hard to see the forest when one is among the trees. The minds of some of the parties concerned may no longer be on finding the right answer. You wanted help with the Lord Exorcist. You wanted to help the Lord Exorcist eliminate the resurgence out of a sense of duty to Yan. As long as you don't lose sight of it, you won't need me to tell you what to do. I'll remember your teachings. You have always been a good student. I remember when I taught you and your brother. You were always the quick learner. His brother was the one that possessed Tallulah, I believe? Took Tallulah? Something like that. Are you injured? Or, well, no. His brother was Chen and Tallulah's father. Because he's uncle. Something like that. My mind's not working. It's too late. Stuff to think about another time. Just a scratch. The Tuma Tianchi say it was you who protected the sand sluices. I let them get away, though. By the way, I came to say goodbye. All right. I will find a place where this sword will realize its potential, even if you're not with me anymore. I have no doubt you will succeed. There's no more hatred between us, but I haven't given up on surpassing you. I'll come and find you when I feel ready. Like I said, anytime you feel ready. See you again. No regrets? What regrets? Who will she seek if one day it wakes from a dream, and you and I return to the void? She managed to let go of her obsession with vengeance at her age. She will let another one go when I'm gone, and forgotten from her mind. Then the sky is the limit for her on the path of Kung Fu. Well, you are the Grand Master. You're the authority on Kung Fu. Speaking of which, I think you just gave birth to a new legend when you single-handedly turned away the catastrophe on the walls. I was drunk. I have no memory of those events. When you sober up, raise another flask. Where will you be going? Where Neon and Dusk went. So he's going to wherever they're at, which is at where Shu is, because it sounds like they're involved in that upcoming event. The man has been playing against himself the whole afternoon, not speaking or inviting anyone to play against him. His moves are brilliant, but eccentric. There are a few that confused me. Some Go Grandmaster I've never heard of, but why would he come to a place like Yumen? Oh. A man faces a Go board outside the parlor. He's not playing against a manual. He thinks for a long time before each move, as though locked in a struggle against himself. Black and white pieces intertwine on the rough wooden board, setting into motion a dazzling battle. Do you know Go? A little. What do you think about the board? The battle has been decided in 3 places. The balance of power is roughly even, but white pieces occupy a large area in the center with no isolated pieces. It seems inevitable that black will lose by half a point. Look again. I've taught you. There's 1 code left in the corner. Keep the ploy and take the last area. White is spread out with more to protect, therefore more ammunition for my co. The match is not over. You won't give up. You'll go on until the winner has been determined. The go game doesn't matter. I'm playing against me in order to determine a winner. Your sword taught me a few things. This game state is my gift to you. I knew you had pieces around me. I just didn't know you had already lost faith in humanity then. Man and beast are different. You sealed yourself in the sword in exchange for a human body. You treated yourself as one of them. What became of you in the end? All your friends are gone. You wander afar alone. No one trusts you. No one knows. It's not that you don't know the hearts of man. No, you know it all too well. For centuries, you have always been the one most connected to them. How would you not know? You could not blend in because you know that the hearts of man are unpredictable. You will always be an outsider. All the things you've done since Jai disappeared, you did to find someone to talk to. We've been lonely for far too long. We want to find someone to talk to. We fought for so many years. How ironic that we would end up knowing each other best. You were never my enemy. Never once did I consider you my enemy, even if it was you who stopped me then. I'll stop you again if you drag people into your go game. Of course you will. Assuming, of course, that you can see the board. We'll meet again. Farewell, brother. Chongyue picks up a white piece and puts it down in a corner. Slap. An orthodox classic move. Was that a literal brother or just a... Like a title, you know? Questions. General. The Grandmaster planned to write the Book of Kung Fu 20 years ago, but the responsibilities of Yumen kept him busy. Work finally began on it 5 years ago, with the Grandmaster dictating it to me. I finally finished editing it yesterday. It is a record of the Grandmaster's observations and interpretations of all Kung Fu under heaven, every school and branch known to man. Grandmaster wants you to have it. Grandmaster says there is much in common between Kung Fu and medicine. He has included some instructions in the appendix, which he hopes will improve your health. Where's the Grandmaster? He left Yumen an hour ago. He says he has already sent away the guest, and you will be able to focus on dealing with things after the disaster. He regrets not saying goodbye in person. I see. Why didn't you go with him? I've been with the Grandmaster since he saved my life 10 years ago. I began helping him record the martial arts of the world when I grew up, meeting many great heroes along the way. The Grandmaster says that all I need to do is study all that I've seen and heard during these years if I wish to pursue the martial arts. And I do not wish to do so. And if I do not wish to do so, I should go and find something I want to do, now that the Book of Kung Fu is complete. Life is a long journey. He has always been like this. The more whimsical encounters there are, the more ties one needs to let go of. Man values formality, beast values empathy. Rescue and relief efforts have begun, sir. Very well. The sun is setting. Oh, and the Wang Feng Festival. Yesterday was the last day, but the beacon lighting ceremony was suspended because of the catastrophe. Would you like to resume it? Of course. The wise and general gazes beyond the city and sees nothing but sand. I will beat the drum myself. Sir, you've been in a tower all day. You should rest. We'll take care of it. The journey is long. Someone should see him off. All your companions have returned. Where do you fly off to alone? The bang of the drum. The drum beats begin. They're heavy, ringing clear and far. 17 beats of the drum representing the trials and tribulations that befell Yumen the past year, both big and small. Catastrophe is past. The storm has swept away the many colors in the sky. The clouds burn bright red, scorched by the setting sun. He walks forward, the wind and sand slowly wiping away his footprints. The great city of Yumen grows smaller in the distance. Thump. 18. He stops briefly but does not turn. The 18th beat of the drum, symbolizing yet another catastrophe survived by Yumen. And I'll be going. Break clouds by rays on all that be. Wades haze along course desolate, or scoop the stars till star's bed fades, and like another we are lone. We made it out. Thank you for digging up the patrol battalion's activities, or we would have been goners inside. We got a message by Dive Beast. Boss and the others have set out for the next location. We should hurry up and meet up with them. Yumen, next time. Hey, isn't that the one who... Oh, you're toast. You followed us. Followed? I just stopped to take a break on my way out of Yumen. But I guess fate meant for us to meet again. Perfect. I'll send you on your way. And then I'll be on mine. Ooh. Well, they're not meeting up with their boss. And that is it. We did it. All right. Awesome. Well, that is it, guys. That is the end of Where Vernal Winds Will Never Blow. We managed to finish it. And with a little bit of tutorial help, we managed to finish the boss with a 3-star. And it was getting frustrating the amount of times I practiced that. And then that last time I practiced it, only for it to fail a few times there in front of you guys when running it the real way, and like running it not practice, but as, you know, the actual using my sanity and doing the actual mission. I don't understand why that happens so often to me. And it does on my main account too. There's times where like I feel boss fight or something of an event or something, just I'm wondering what the stage is like. So I run a practice, everything goes swimmingly, it goes perfect. And I'm like, man, I had no trouble with that. Let's do it again. Try to do it the exact same way. And then all of a sudden I freaking fail. I don't get it. It happens. Or in this case where I was kind of forgetting what my deployment was like in the bottom. Like I knew the base of Texas, Blemishine, Iafiola, Hibiscus, and then Ray, but I wasn't sure, like, did I use Deckenbreaker? Did I use, what's her face? Ushiguma. I know that I put Amiya on the side there, but I don't know why that just stopped working. That was really strange. But either way, I got a lot of stuff there that worked out weirdly when I ran it the proper way. Either way, we finished the event. This was an awesome story. A very, very cool story that brought a lot of different characters together. And one thing that was neat, and I said this to my wife, was the fact that you had 2 events in a row, in a sense, that had daddy issues. Not in a row, because we had Ray, the Ray event, that split up from the Rides to Lake Silbernerza and then this one. So we had an event in between, but in Rides to Lake Silbernerza, we had Leto and her dad. And then you had, in this one, you have Waifu and her dad. And their dynamics, and they're very similar in the case where the dad disappeared on them or was somewhere else from them, and they both had negatives against their father and whatnot. And both of them, in a way, have an awkward meeting with them and stuff like that. There was a lot of similarities in that. There's a couple times where I see some things that are written very similarly and whatnot. But it's also a case where you look at, you know, where somebody may say that, they're reusing things, they're reusing material, rehashing storylines and stuff like that. Okay, I can understand that, but how far apart did these events happen? Number one. Number two, how many times do you have characters or real people? Let's look at it from a reality standpoint. just because you had this happen to you doesn't mean that the 10th person down the line from you isn't going to have that happen to them. There's similar people and similar happenings and stuff out there every day. So having an event or having characters with similar stories and similar things happen to them isn't the be all end all that really kills the idea of the story or anything. So it was just something neat to pick up on that similarity. But I have never in the past, because as I've told you guys, I took so long after playing it when it first launched on my main account, I took so long of a break that I missed out on a lot of characters. And I didn't know anything about the Sui siblings or Chongyue or Ling or Dusk or Nyan and Nian or whatever. I didn't know any of those characters. I didn't know anything about some of the more deeper stuff that happens in the region with Yan and stuff like that. So there's a lot of things that I missed. So getting to meet him for the first time here was pretty cool. Getting to see him, getting to come across these characters and get to learn a little bit about them for the first time. And I have my research to do in order to understand more about it and about them, the siblings, and what exactly they are and stuff like that. But I loved the story, and I did enjoy how everything, in a sense, centered around him. But there was the ties to Lungmen and the stuff with Waai and Lin and Waifu, and then Chen showing up there near the end, Chubai, and just all these different characters, and how everything was wrapped up and intertwined and all pulled around to him, to Chongyue. And then the Shanhaizhong and and the villains, the characters, how they were gone for so long. And Ya is also a fragment, it seems, but the enemy attacked 20 years prior and didn't succeed, and now they come back and they didn't succeed again. And there's just a lot of cool different bits and different tie-ins here, and getting to have a focal point of a story with Lin was pretty cool as well. I did enjoy that, but just because I do like her character ever since she first popped up in the main story, but also since I first learned of her through the stuff with Chen and Swire and seeing her in the anime and stuff like that. Lin was really an intriguing character to me, and getting to see her and understand the whole concept of the Rat King, chatting with her and AI and stuff like that. She does make for some good conversation sometimes. Sometimes some wild stuff happens when talking to her. But anyway, she's a character that I've enjoyed watching her evolve and seeing this. And then, of course, Waifu, too. Waifu, oh my God. I would love her to beat me up. I don't know why. I got that, like, damn, I would want her to kick my ass. Because, I mean, first of all, she knows kick-ass kung fu. She's really strong, trains herself constantly. She works for a detective agency, but she has a degree in mechanical engineering, too. Like, what is not to love about that? That is hot. Anyways, it just, here, kitty, tiger girl, I like you. Next body pillow cover to get. Wait, what? Anyways, guys, with that being said, this was really, really cool. I hope you enjoyed it. I do apologize for 2 really, really long episodes here, but I hope you enjoyed my playthrough of Where Vernal Winds Will Never Blow. I don't know where you guys or when you guys will get to see this on the timeline. I'm finally just now, the day I'm recording this is the first day I uploaded the first event that I played on this account, which was part 1 of the Zwillingssturm am Herbst, or however you pronounce that one, Viviana and Virtuosa's event. That one, I got the first episode of that out the day I'm recording this. So I'm working on getting the event episodes edited and uploaded, pushing those out so I can get this one out hopefully soon. But I've got at least 3 parts of that, and then I've got 4 parts of Il Circusano, and then the 3 parts of the Rides to Lake Silbernerza, and then the 2 of these. So there's a lot. There's a lot. So I got to take some time to do some editing. But we'll get that done. And for now, I'm going to sign off and then take the time to go farm a little bit to try and get the last little bits of the teapot things so that I can get the rest of the items out of the shop. With that being said, guys, as always, I appreciate each and every one of you for taking the time to watch these videos and hang out with me here on my channel. If you liked it, please make sure to like the video. That's going to help me continue to get into the algorithm and grow a bit more. And if you made it all the way through this, or you haven't seen the content or the channel before, you could always subscribe. It's going to help me continue to grow. It's free for you to do, as always. That's it for this one, guys, and I will see you next time.